So, welcome to the Nordic Pavilion and our first Energy Day event, securely integrating solar and wind. This event is organized by International Energy Agency and Nordic Energy Research. My name is Nina Ogod, I'm Head of Communications at Nordic Council of Ministers and moderating this event. So we have prominent speakers and a very important and urgent agenda to address. So without further ado, I give the word to Kevin Jönsson from Nordic Energy Research. Kevin, please.
So thank you for the introduction, Nina. As mentioned, my name is Kevin Jönsson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Nordic Energy Research and one of the two co-hosts this morning. The other co-host is the IEA, and I would also like to thank them for helping out to put this event together, as well as all the panelists and the listeners in the room here and online. We at Nordic Energy Research is the Nordic institution for joint energy research and research-based policy development under the Nordic Council of Ministers. We promote joint competence building and knowledge sharing through funding of collaborative energy research and analysis, researcher mobility and networks, as well as facilitating meeting places and intergovernmental energy cooperation that strengthens national initiatives. And this is why we're here today to facilitate a dialogue on how to securely integrate solar and wind. And in my opening remarks, I would like to highlight three different perspectives. So the first one is the unique geography of the Nordic region. The second is the importance of well-functioning markets to integrate variable renewable in the power system. And the third is hydrogen as an option to grid expansion. So first, let's look into the unique geography. So the Nordic citizens consumes 7 times more electricity per capita than the global average. And this is made possible by a strong economy, but perhaps even more important, the Nordic countries have plentiful renewable resources and hydropower in particular. So building on this advantage, the Nordic energy system also needed to handle the seasonality of precipitation and consumption. Plenty of rain in the summer and autumn, snow and scarcity of supply in the winter. Combined with mild summers and cold winters, this makes for a power system where seasonal variations and storage is a key characteristic. This is in contrast to most of the world, a world where most of the population lives closer to the equator, where hydropower is a limited resource, but where there is plentiful of solar insolation. This makes for a power system where diurnal variation will dominate the need for flexibility. And due to this seasonality of consumption and production in the Nordic countries have been front runners in developing power markets as a tool to manage the need for flexibility. So technical solutions will be necessary, but in most regions of the world, there's an untapped potential for improved market design, and particularly on flexibility markets, to increase the integration of solar and wind. And this is an area where the Nordic countries have lessons learned that we should share with the rest of the world as well. The third perspective I would like to highlight is hydrogen as a potential option for grid expansion. And in our 2021 report, Nordic Clean Energy Scenarios, we found that there is a necessity of a substantial of grid investments in the Nordic countries to achieve decarbonisation. However, Power-to-X exports would relieve the transmission grid and reduce the need for interconnectors. And yesterday, we released a comprehensive mapping of clean hydrogen value chains across the Nordic region. You can find some flyers from that in the back. And the report showed a high level of activity on clean hydrogen projects in the Nordics, with over 167 projects at varying stages of maturity, most of which are in the planning phase. So combined, all these projects would hold a future annual production capacity of 8 million tons, but currently only 0.2% of that capacity is operational, and there is an additional 1% under construction. So to summarize, we should not forget the unique Nordic geography and its effect on the power system. nor the importance of markets, and we are still waiting for hydrogen to prove itself as an option to grid expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And now we are very honored to have Minister Tinne van der Streden from Belgian Ministry of Energy to give us a keynote. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's a great way to kick off the day to talk about solar, to talk about wind, and how we can securely integrate solar and wind. And I would like to start off by saying that it's our efforts today that will shape the possibilities of tomorrow. And it is very urgent that we start and act today for a better tomorrow, because the world around us is changing really rapidly, and the devastating impact of climate change, of climate crisis are becoming more and more evident every day across every part in the world. It was only a few weeks ago that more than 200 people died in Spain because of climate change. It was only last summer that more than 2,000 people died in Sudan, in Nigeria, in Niger, in Chad, in Cameroon, due to floods. And not only in those parts of the world, but also in the US, people died of the hurricanes. So we are confronted day by ever extreme weather events. It's something that we can no longer ignore. It's also the reason why we are here today at COP29. It's not only climate crisis and climate change that is threatening us. There is also increasing geopolitical instability. It is already third winter now. Third winter that we prepare for winter in Ukraine. It was on the 23rd of February in 2022 that Ukraine disconnected from the Russian grid. And it was only a few hours later that there was a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And many people thought that this independence of Ukraine would be of short duration. But it was only 2 weeks later that the Ukrainian grid connected and synchronized to the European grid. It was this synchronization between Ukraine and the European grid that kept the lights on. And it was this synchronization that made Ukraine connect with over than 400 million EU citizens in 24 countries. It is an example that technologies, that grids, that cables can provide for more security. A world that is confronted not only with climate crisis and at the same time with wars all across the continent, it made also the world react. And I would give two recent examples. In Europe, we reacted to the crisis in Ukraine, to the war in Ukraine, with an encompassing legislative package called Repower EU. Repower EU was all about what the name says, repowering the European Union. Our energy consumption was largely based on fossil fuels, on gas, on oil, and coming from one nation, mainly from one nation, Russia. And so Repower EU was, at the one hand, about weaning off of fossil fuels, and at the other hand, increasing solar power, increasing wind power, and to have more homegrown electricity, homegrown energy. And last year in Dubai at COP29, there was the UAE consensus about tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency, and at the same time moving away from fossil fuels. So there is one common solution for more peace and against climate crisis, and that is renewable energy. We have across the world vast resources of solar and vast resources of wind. And now the opportunity that is presenting us, that we have today, is to capture every ray of sun and every blow of wind. And if we can do so, then we can provide a really resilient energy system to the world. I really like the title of the panel, which is about securely integrating solar and wind. And so I would do 4 little takeaways for the panel to come. If we want to integrate solar and wind, what we have to do is we have to expand grids and we have to expand storage. At European level, we came together, the 27 of us, it was under the Belgian presidency to the EU, and we made really grids for front and center. But there is one thing talking about repowering EU, there is one thing about setting targets, but having targets into turbines, having targets into PV, having targets into real electricity supply to energies, to people's homes, to industries and to companies, we have to bring them there. And that's why you need a grid at the one hand, and you need storage at the other hand. At the other hand, I had a sneak peek of the slides that were shown by IEA. I don't really like the variable renewable energy. Yes, we all know that renewable energy is intermittent and variable, but let's see this as an opportunity. And to capture this variability and to use the flexibility to drive our cars, to heat our homes, to cool our homes, to charge our cars, and also to use the variability, to use the sun and wind at a later moment in time. So it's a great technological opportunity for great industries and great businesses to provide us with technical solutions. However, there is no solution that fits every one of us. In Europe, we need more interdependence to become more independent. But in Africa, we see a continent where 600 million Africans still live today without access to electricity. So it's an illusion to think that we can build a supergrid. So in Africa, we will need a very diverse approach to microgrids, but also to more central grids, to also booster and foster industrial policies. The second thing is we need to put people and nature front and center. We cannot achieve or not realize an energy transition if we don't put people first. Yes, we all here become very happy when we can talk about cables. But we need a cable to make someone else happy. We need a cable to put clean and affordable electricity in people's homes, wherever in the world. So in all our policy design, in all our technical solutions, we need to put people and nature front and center. You always build next to someone and into nature. And we have great solutions to do that. In Belgium, we are building an artificial energy island, which will harness 3.5 gigawatts of domestic produced offshore wind. And it will at the same time connect to our neighboring countries like UK, Norway, also Denmark, the Netherlands. This energy island will be built in a nature-inclusive way. So it will be built in a way that this island works with nature, not mitigating negative impact afterwards. But from the beginning, by design, we included ways so that this infrastructure that we are building in the sea for having a more resilient energy system, that this is a nature way to have it done. So we cannot build any infrastructure that will damage anything or have a collateral, a negative effect on nature. So we include it from the beginning. So to have more than one win. When we talk security, I have 2 points that I want to make. The first one is, in order to build grids, in order to have cables, to connect solar and wind, and to build out massive quantities of solar and wind, we need critical materials and also rare earth materials. And we cannot make the same mistake twice. What we've done with fossil fuels, when we relied on few countries, few nations into the world, and that we didn't include it from a geopolitical stability perspective. And so with regard to access to critical materials, to rare earth materials, we also have to include it from a geopolitical view. And the best way to protect us and not to be 100% dependent on new or on specific countries, we need also to include the notion of circularity. That it's not only mining, but also reuse what we can do. To me, in my opinion, it's not my opinion, it was in the book Disorder of Helen Thompson, when she points out that the next war can be about critical materials and rare earth materials. It's something that we have to keep in mind when we talk also about renewable energy. And the last point about security, we cannot talk about tripling up and doubling down energy use, tripling up renewable energy and doubling down energy use, without mentioning also phasing out fossil fuels. It is necessary. And today we are in Baku, we are in Azerbaijan, we are second time in a row a COP that is organized in a country that is a petrostate. And it is becoming more and more evident that it is of utmost importance that we have a roadmap to phase down, transition away, move away, whatever the wording you like, but that we bring the use of fossil fuels down. Fossil fuels are the main cause today of climate change. And if we are serious about attending COP29 here in Baku, it needs to be on the agenda. It also needs to be in our thinking. Both go hand in hand. And specifically, and I speak here as a European minister, and European minister that was in energy councils sometimes every 2 weeks to the war, during the Russian war in Ukraine, it is this dependence on fossil fuels that was a major weapon used by Putin. And if we talk about security, we need to talk about how we can secure our energy future, and that remains relying on sources that are available to everyone. I would like to end on a note referring to the wisdom of Winston Churchill. It's a speech he gave on the 10th of December in 1936. And he said, then danger gathers upon our paths. We cannot afford, we have no right to look back. We must look forward. And it is something that to me still sounds very true, even in another era. Because we can only overcome the challenges ahead, not by looking back how it was, but by imagining how it should be. And I hope that we have some expertises and some lessons or some advices that we can learn in a panel to come, how we can create the world, how we imagine it should be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for underlining also the importance of holistic approach. Next speaker, we already got a little bit information. Please, Pablo Javier Koch, Head of Unit Renewable Integration and Secure Electricity from the International Energy Agency. So please.
Thank you so much, and really a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much as well for Minister van der Schaten for the excellent introduction. I think it really puts it into the global context and will make my job quite a bit easier as well. And I'm here to present some of the analysis and the results being done as part of our report called Integrating Solar and Wind. And just to dive straight into it, because I'm quite interested into what the panel will say about it. Scene setting, we all talk about how much renewable energy is growing, and particularly solar and wind, but it's hard to convey that a lot is much more than a lot. It's really unprecedented. And when we look towards the future, these are not scenarios necessarily, but even forecasts, or our main case forecast shows a significant increase on the growth of renewable energy, and particularly solar. And this is excellent. This is almost 3/4 of the way for our tripling renewable energy target as part of the UAE consensus. But when we're talking about really stepping away from fossil fuels, from benefiting from solar and wind energy, it's not the capacity itself that is going to decarbonize our power systems. And it's not the capacity by itself that is going to be replacing imported fossil fuels. It is the energy. And while in the past around the world, we have been quite comfortable assuming that new wind turbines and new solar panels will become easily new energy that comes from these technologies, when you look around the world, what we're seeing is that this connection is a bit unclear in some places. And there are questions, particularly from a global perspective, of how can you really ensure that you're taking most of the benefit out of this new infrastructure that is coming, or like Minister van der Schaten say, capturing every ray of sun or every blow of wind. And that is why we're putting the focus on this analysis, not on how to build more wind turbines or not how to build more solar panels, but how to ensure that when we do it, we're getting as much benefit as possible from this new infrastructure. And we talked about variable renewable energy, And is this bad? No, it's not bad at all. Variability is not bad for a power system. It's not something new, actually. Power engineers like myself, we've been taught from the beginning to deal with variable demand, and demand must equal supply at every point in time. We're used to dealing with variability in power systems. We just have the idea that we got used to dispatchability, to the idea that we can always depend on thermal power plants to be controlled, and now we have variability in 2 dimensions, but at the same time we have controllability happening in the demand side. So the question is how to bring these two together. Now the reality is that countries around the world are at different points in the evolution of variable renewable energy, and therefore they will face different challenges and will utilize different solutions. What we try to create with this framework is to understand what are the commonalities for different power systems around the world when you're looking at the deployment. Now, just to make it clear, these are phases of variable renewable integration. They're not phases of decarbonization, meaning that when we're looking at a net zero scenario globally, we don't imagine every power system around the world being on phase 6, where VRE provides most of the electricity. This is a tailored solution for example, some small island states that are looking at creating independent power systems based mostly on solar and wind. But globally speaking, we can imagine that the most advanced countries are going to be around phase 5. And these phases indicate that while at the beginning, you can start utilizing variable renewables and integrating them into your system with very little impact into how the system operates. As the share of renewables grows and as the system impacts grow, you will start to see that variable renewables will begin to determine the operation of the power system. And finally, at high shares, you start looking much more at things like the seasonality or interannual variability, and start looking at questions from the system perspective of stability, of inertia, and questions of the more technical nature. Now, what is our objective here? Our objective is to try to guide countries and power systems towards what are the most cost-effective solutions that they can apply. Because already on Minister van der Schatten's speech, she named several solutions that exist. The opening remarks also indicated we can talk about power market development, about storage, long-term storage, short-term storage, hydrogen, new grids. We can talk about some STATCOMs and technical devices. And the question is, how do you choose among this very broad menu of technologies and solutions in a way that your system develops in the most cost-efficient manner? Now, when we look at where do power systems stand today, the reality is that most power systems around the world are in low phases of integration. And that means that if you take a global perspective, most of the power systems around the world are in a position in which they can continue accelerating their deployment of wind and solar without seeing system-level effects that should worry them, and where they can take advantage of the solutions that have been implemented around the world. No two systems are the same, ever, but there are many commonalities, and that means that we should take advantage of what different countries and different power systems did as part of their deployment paths, so we can replicate it and learn from it in power systems that are at the beginning of their VRE integration journey. At the same time, and as a complement to the significant growth that we're seeing in solar and wind, we're seeing an acceleration in how many power systems are moving towards high phases. And this, of course, from one hand side indicates that we're reaching the frontier of what we know, but at the same time we have some examples that are showing that there exist technologies and operational practices that can allow power systems to operate at very high shares even today. Of course, one can think of Denmark and the value that interconnection brings to neighboring power systems, but even systems like Ireland that do not have the benefit of strong interconnection are showing how you can introduce levels of penetration of solar and wind that are extremely high, and without compromising the security of the power system, which for us is essential. So that means that yes, we're going to be getting closer to new frontiers of development, but I would say that there's a lot of optimism to be felt in terms of the solutions that we see out there. Now, for us at the IEA, it's always very important to try to put a quantitative context into what is the value or what is the importance of what we're talking about. And while very often the idea of building more capacity is discussed, and what happens if we don't have more solar, what happens if we don't have more wind, for us it's very important to highlight that the benefits that come from this new solar and wind is not just from building the capacity. So in our analysis, we created a scenario that looks at what would be the impact of delaying integration measures around the world. And this means a scenario in which countries around the world are trying to decarbonize, they continue bringing policies for advancing investment, they continue building new solar and wind, but the appropriate measures are not done in time by 2030. And what we can see is that globally speaking, roughly 15% of energy by 2030 is at risk. And that means that we could see a 20% smaller reduction of fossil fuels if we do not implement integration measures adequately. And this is massive. Now here, there's one message that I would like to highlight. The majority of this energy at risk is in emerging economies and in systems at low phases of integration. And these are systems where they can actually see fewer impacts, and the measures that they need to integrate are easier to implement. So we need to make sure that we support these power systems in the emerging economies, in the growing world, to make sure that for fears of integration impacts, they do not delay the deployment of new wind and solar capacity, which will be the main driver. Now, we provide 6 areas from a global perspective that can guide policymakers towards how to really ensure that VRE integration becomes effective. Some of this will be not new for you, but I would like to highlight the particularities of one topic in particular, which is grids. And grids has the marvelous and challenging situation of being transversal. Every power system around the world will benefit today from ensuring that we build more grids, we refurbish our grids, and we use them more efficiently, together with other 6 policy actions to accelerate the integration of VRE. So I hope this serves as a scene setting for the panel discussion. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for the invitation for being here.
Thank you. And then we have actually more like a technical overview. I would like to invite Andreas Schildbeck, Chief Executive Officer from Hitachi Energy. And maybe you can help with pronouncing your after-name. I'm from Finland. This is very difficult for me.
Andreas is perfectly fine. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me. Of course, it's a little bit difficult to continue now with my speech about all these things you heard already. There was already quite a lot of content giving why we need renewables and what is the journey we are looking into it. And of course, the grids were already mentioned, which I really appreciate, because a couple of years ago, the grid was probably not in the foreground of our discussions. Let me start actually why I think that the drive for more energy is going to continue in the next couple of years in a way we have maybe not seen it. Last year, I think we pledged here at the COP for expanding renewables, but actually the drive for that is coming from the increasing demand. And the increasing demand is actually coming from our drive for sustainability, because making our world more sustainable means that a lot of processes will be electrified, because getting rid of carbon hydromolecules, one way is electrification. A lot of industrial processes can be electrified, and not only mobility, but other things as well. Heating processes and industrial processes can be moved from using carbohydrates with electrons. That's a way which will drive demand, and we see that all over, which is one explanation why we see more demand going forward. Around 80% of all industrial processes can be electrified, and therefore, if you're using the right color of electrons, will be therefore more sustainable. There's, of course, a reason that not all processes can be electrified. Chemical processes like the production of jet fuel, high temperature applications, they need more than just green electrons, they need green molecules, because we need a molecule to use in a chemical process, or we need that for applications where electricity is not really helpful. So this mix of 80-20 actually leads to adding more resources for generation. And if you want to add more green electrons, I think renewables are the easy answer, and actually, if you ask me where I'm standing, the only answer. Because if you just go through what could be added in our energy system fast and reliable to add more green electricity, there's not much left. Of course, we forget about burning coal. This is out of vogue. Gas is maybe a little bit of not so sustainable, but sorry, there's no capacity to building more gas turbines in the next 15-20 years. It's maxed out. Building nuclear takes 15 to 20 years from the starting point with permitting until to have it. SMRs, which are quite promising, are still 7 to 10 years out. So if you want to add capacity fast, The only answer is renewables, and renewables in the form of wind and solar, because even the hydropower is already pretty much maxed out and from a time scale not in what we need. So the only answer going forward to meet demand and be more sustainable is actually building more renewables. And building more renewables is a very fast way to do that, but of course it brings complexity. We heard already a few points of angles of discussions where the complexity is coming from and that we have to deal with that. As an electrical engineer, we know how to deal with volatility, but we have learned the last 50 years that we can deal with that in a different way than we have to do it today. So if you're adding more renewables in a big scale, it brings quite a bunch of challenges. It's starting with first geographical distance. As I studied electrical engineering, we were told you should put generation where the demand is, and you shouldn't transport electrical energy over long distances because it's inefficient, it's complicated, and you should avoid that. Well, with renewables, this is not possible. Where you have an offshore wind park or big capacity for onshore or solar is normally not where you have the industrial load centers. So the grid is now in the middle, and it's a kind of limiting factor. We have to deal with transportation of electricity. And said that, transportation of energy over long distances is a challenge. We have to look for different ways. AC connections are not always possible. We have to go to HVDC, which is possible, which is an old technology. It's around for 70 years, but it's now developing in a big scale. So we have the solution for that, but I think we should think about the cost. Costs of HVDC is not on the cheap side. And as long as we continue to connect every offshore wind park with a one-to-one connection with an onshore station, I think we will not be able to reduce costs dramatically. We have to come to a way that we're building actually DC grids, multi-terminal HVDC stations to connect multiple wind farms with multiple endpoints on land, even different countries. We have the first examples in Scotland, where we have multi-terminal stations, and the cost reduction is quite significant, as you can imagine, because you're saving quite a lot of HVDC stations in that process. On the other hand, connecting securely renewables means as well we have to beef up the grid. It was overlooked a little bit, but with that situation as explained, that load and demand is not really on the same side with generation, the AC grid in the middle needs to be prepared for that. At the moment in Europe, we have around 500 gigawatt of prepared projects which are not connected and not built because the grid is not able to take it. Just in the small region of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, a small region in Germany on the Baltic coast, where actually the Baltic offshore wind parks are getting onshore, there are 50 gigawatts of prepared onshore wind and solar which are ready to develop, ready to build, which don't get a grid connection. They don't get a permit to be connected to the grid, even if the potential is there in the business case as well, because the grid is not available to take that load and transport that. Which leads me to the second thing, volatility. Volatility is something which comes automatically with renewables, and there are multiple ways to deal with that. One way is, of course, doing it in a technical way to just control the load side. The other thing would be looking into storage and to cut off the volatility in a way that makes sense. Storage, from my point of view, goes two ways. Short-term storage is possible if you're talking about one day or 2 days. That's technically viable, it's in the money, it's something what we can do. Long-term storage with battery technology at the moment, I don't see it really, because even if it's technically possible, it's not in the money. If the battery prices we have at the moment, you should not or you cannot have a storage sitting there for a week with electrical energy in it and try to make money in case you need that. So you need really to charge and discharge quite frequently to have a valid business case. So long-term storage is an issue because we have seen it yesterday. It was quite dark, rainy outside with no wind. That's the situation we have in Europe, or at least in parts of Europe, sometimes for a week. We have a German word for that, which was not translated into English. It's called Dunkelflaute. 6 weeks of no sun and no wind. It's quite common in the area of Belgium, Netherlands, and parts of Germany. And that creates an issue if we rely on renewables. So we have to find a way how to deal with that. And actually there are two technical solutions around. One is using maybe some green molecules like hydrogen. So if you would take the surplus energy, not curtailing it, that you have every day and transmitting it into hydrogen, storing hydrogen, later using it for these kind of breaks in the generation, I think that would be one solution. The other solution would be maybe to think about a complete new DC grid across Europe to take advantage of different weather situations. In Spain, you have never Dunkelflaute. You know, you have always sun and wind. You can always transmit power from there to other areas. And sometimes you have in Scotland very favorable conditions that the wind is blowing constantly, so it takes that power to the area where you need that. So putting on top of our AC grid, a DC grid, and connecting all these renewable energies to have a way to control it has a lot of advantages. I think it will take time to develop that, but we will end up in that situation over time because it's a natural expansion. So from my point of view, adding renewables is the only option we have, and we are knowing how to do that. We are technically able to deal with the complexity connected to that. We doesn't have to invent anything new, it's everything there. I think we have to work a little bit on the cost efficiency, on the speed to expanding the grid. And here as well, there are ideas around and possibilities. The only thing is we have to do it, and we have to start now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we move forward to the panel discussion. So I would like to invite Tellef Thorleifsson, CEO at Nordfund. Please take a seat. Isa Vittina, Chief Advisor in Global Cooperation, Danish Energy Agency. And Daniel Kasper, Senior Project Manager, Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. So we ask you to have some remarks ready and some reflections. And I think that we start with you, Tellef. Maybe you would like to share some of your thoughts, and also after these interesting speeches that we just got. So please.
Thank you very much. And first, some very interesting introductions today, and particularly for the Minister, and also now in terms of getting the perspectives on the energy markets from EA, and also more of the technical inputs. I come from a somewhat different perspective. I'm the CEO of a development finance institution, an Evergreen Investment Fund. We are investing in developing markets. We're investing renewables in India, in Africa, in Central America. So we are working with markets that are very much less advanced than the markets we've now been hearing about, for instance, in Germany, or in, not to mention, Denmark. And whilst we here in Europe are focusing on a transition, i.e. to take down the heavy industries and to make them electrified by renewable energy, we focus on markets where it's all about avoiding that the growth going forward is continuously being furnished by brown energy, fossil energy production such as coal, but that we can help that to happen in a green manner so that we can deliver renewables into markets that otherwise are growing fast, such as India. India alone is every year increasing its fossil fuel or CO2 emissions by 150 million tons, and it's growing around 6% every year. And it's key that we can help India and these countries to grow in a green manner. And we are a large investor in renewables, and it's all about solar and wind. And as was mentioned early on, it's not so much about hydropower any longer. It's all about solar and wind. And we are a large investor in wind and in solar in these countries. And we do it with a climate investment fund. And it's all about avoiding further emissions as much as possible. And as to the topic today, I very much agree on the importance of the transmission aspect that was brought forward. That's a very, very big bottleneck in all of our markets. And we are also investing in transmission. And one good news into this is that it's now possible in some areas to leapfrog to not having to build out transmission in the way it's been done in Europe or in the US, in our part of the world, whereby you can service on a commercial and industrial basis, smaller regions, smaller entities, industrial parks, without necessarily having central grids. And also we are increasingly seeing batteries being asked for as a part of the solution. So, for instance, in South Africa and India now, in many of the processes where we are bidding in or where we are delivering solar and wind. It's in a package with batteries, so that it's not long-term battery storage, as we know is very tricky, but it's about being able to provide energy from like 6 in the morning to 11 at night, so that you can provide energy in the early morning where there's a peak and at night where there's another peak. And as such, that is sufficient and on a standalone basis. And also, as different from Europe, in many of these countries, the renewable sources are more stable. When you go further south, it's normally sunny every day, so you are not necessarily needing a capacity to store energy over several weeks. That was a quick backdrop.
Thank you. And I would like to go now to you, Isa, because I think the Northern European reflections on the global view here.
Indeed. Thank you so much. And I must also say I loved every one of the opening interventions. I think it's rare that the opening interventions have so much substance, each one of them. It was such a rich, fertile soil for discussion that you really need to just pick one thing to try to focus on. I think I'll try to zoom in on Pablo's presentation. I really loved this kind of distinction into phases, try to provide an overview and also putting countries in the different phases to show, okay, this is the part where really you can integrate with no issue, and then indicating, okay, there are some really trailblazing countries that will soon enter a phase that will be cutting edge, that will require new technological solutions, that will potentially be complex and very costly. And this is where I would also like to reframe things in Nordic context, because, and also recalling the quote from the Belgian minister was that, oh, we should not see intermittency as an issue, we should actually try to use it. And it's such an indication of a country that is really ready to edge into phase 5 and phase 6. This is the positive view on it. Where I would like to reframe the beautiful kind of scope there is that in my role as the head of Opera Secretariat, we work with African countries. And recently I was at an investment forum in Nairobi, where the representative of Ghana was sharing genuine, true concern about the variable renewables already reaching 4% in the power mix. And it was real. It was a genuine concern that TSOs were not ready to cope with this. And so I would actually almost like to add a modification to phase 1, where it's objectively phase 1, but it is perceived as much, much, much higher. And this is actually where Nordics and all the international community can do so much to try to help, where on the one hand we're focusing on all of the cutting edge and complex and expensive, but many countries need the absolutely proven, time-tested, cheap, cost-effective solutions just to help them get going. I think I'll stop here in the interests of time, but thank you so much for a great presentation.
Thank you. And then, Daniel, your take of this.
Yeah, so first of all, I'd like to thank you all for having me on this panel. This has been a really great discussion. I would echo nearly everything I've heard so far, maybe everything specifically. I would like to come at this from a little bit different angle. So our program is the Net Zero World Initiative, and this initiative works with 8 partner countries to help them advance their decarbonization agendas. And so this is primarily in the context of emerging markets and developing economies, with countries such as Indonesia, Chile, Argentina, but also Ukraine, who we heard spoke about earlier. So everybody, or each of these countries has a different context. And so that's one of the key lessons that I think or key points that I would want to share, is that the local context is always unique, and understanding that local context really points to which elements within the overall system are potentially most fruitful in order to help them through initial growing pains all the way through really high deployments of variable renewable energy. And so what we see is that it's really a combination of operational practices and planning practices and building that local capacity to be able to take on additional complexity in that planning. combined with market designs and streamlined policies to get at elements such as we heard earlier that interconnection queues, for instance, can get very long in the developing world. In the developed world, that's an opportunity to get those policy frameworks in place early using the lessons learned from countries such as the Nordic countries, which have extremely high variable renewable energy deployment, and get those frameworks in place early, building that local capacity to be able to handle the regulatory aspects of increasing VRE. And then finally, technology. It's one of the maybe key opportunities is to leapfrog kind of that incremental development of a grid to a combination of a strong, flexible, large area central grid with mini grids that are deployed regionally or in villages in a replicable way. And this is particularly true in countries that have very large geographic separations between population centers. So we look at Indonesia, for instance, which has thousands of islands, primarily running on diesel gensets. And this is a huge energy access and equity issue. Subsistence fishermen who sell their catch into the market can't refrigerate their catch. And so that means that they are beholden to middlemen, which make most of the money, and they are basically stuck without opportunities to advance their living standards. So we're working on a pilot right now in five islands to deploy solar plus storage plus a small fossil backup, which really dramatically reduces the overall cost of the system and provides that kind of that long-term storage that we heard about before. This kind of approach, kind of in parallel with strengthening the primary grid on the main islands, is something that we see as really being a way to advance energy equity and energy access very quickly within a system that can also deploy lots of variable renewable energy in many spots at once, parallel processing the system.
Thank you. And I think because the time is running out, but I still want to use a couple of minutes looking at our technicians there, that I would like to, what I hear is that we all agree on that holistic approaches there is an urgency to address these matters that are like the biggest challenges. But what are your like a final or remarks and then kind of the message for the politicians? So what is most needed? We need to make some decisions and those should be like fast. So what do you think? What is the need for the political side?
Well, I shouldn't say so. I'm employed by the government, but still I very much agree in terms of we need to end fossil fuels, as said by the minister,
yeah.
Even coming from an oil country. But as to the politicians, I think that we... one thing is that the bigger picture and who should finance what, but leaving that aside, coming to transmission, and in our markets, it's important that politicians see that they also need to open up for private investors and to other ways of financing transmissions and grids. Very few countries are doing it. For instance, we're investing in Zambia, we're investing in India and South Africa, where we can invest in transmission. But many countries feel that transmission should be owned by the government, but it's possible to have financing structures that can be more flexible, and after, for instance, 20 years, it goes back to the government because it's so key and it needs to happen fast. So that's one message to politicians.
Thank you. Aisha.
So excellent question. My main recommendation would be to be open to streamlining policies that enable investment and rapid deployment. So in the developed world, in the US where I live, for instance, interconnection queues are 5 years. 5 years right now where I live, and that's a policy matter, it's not a technology matter. We have many gigawatts in my state alone that we'd like to deploy, mostly of wind, but also a little bit of solar. And I think streamlining policies, being open to new ways of doing things.
Thank you. Esma.
Yes, just to add of all of the things that I fully agree with, and I don't want to be a repetitor, but as much infrastructure, as much grids as soon as possible, but also think ahead and maybe more ahead than you would intuitively be inclined to. Think not about your next phase, but think about end game. Think how your grid should look then and start to dimension for that. Maybe not all investments right now, but have the end game in mind already now, so that maybe you can save some money in making future-proof investments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and what a great ending words here. So thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Nordic Pavilion and welcome to our event, which is about researchers' call to action on breakthrough decarbonisation policies of buildings. I am Professor Matti Kuittinen from Aalto University, Finland, and together with me we have an interesting team of international researchers, policymakers and experts, and today we are going to focus on buildings. Let me just introduce to you online and here on site our panelists, and then we will have a short online introduction to the topic. But today we are having the pleasure of joining the panel by Hanna Wesslin. She's the climate director of the city of Helsinki from Finland. Then we have Alina Koschmider from UN Habitat from the climate change, and she's a climate change and environmental consultant. And from Climate Champions team, we have Will Wild, who works as the built environment lead. So this is our team of experts that will soon be giving your insight to the topic. But let's remind ourselves why we are here at COP29 in Baku. It's actually quite a shocking situation where we are at the moment. We are very close to a climate emergency, as recent research papers are putting it, quoting them that we are on the brink of an irreversible climate disaster. This is a global emergency beyond any doubt. And as probably many of you have already noticed from the news, this COP hasn't started without drama. We have now 3 countries who are considering or already have left the negotiations. There is political turmoil and insults even, spontaneous actions and calls to hypocrisy along here in the corridors. So it hasn't had a smooth start. But today we'll talk about how we should go forward in the built environment. So let's start the event with a keynote presentation from Professor Greg Foliente, who works at the University of Melbourne in Australia. Professor Foliente, please, the screen is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I hope you can hear me now. So in the built environment, whether you are a rule shaper, a rule player, or what I would call a rule shifter, we're on the same boat. So the call is that we go the same direction to a safe and just zone in terms of climate. So I'm joined in this call that we drafted together and posted publicly on this website with Professor Matti Kuittinen, but also with Professor Thomas Lutskendorf from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany. And together we made this statement and call that you can access in this website. We already know from various sources, as mentioned also by Matti, that we are not on track with the Paris Agreement, and also released by the Carbon Project in Baku this week is the fact that the gap is really increasing. And so we have this huge greenhouse gas emissions reduction gap for the whole economy globally, but also within the construction sector. And so we need to be very explicit what these gaps are so that we can also draw the kinds of solutions needed to fill the most important gaps. And the COP recognized the issue of lack of collaboration needed to be able to achieve the challenge of increasing gap at a diminishing window of opportunity, and in the Glasgow COP, and the report for 2024 also shows that despite some of the priority actions in the sectors that are included in the breakthrough agenda, that we are still ways to go. We are involved in the built environment breakthrough, but also there are many aspects of this that still need in-depth solutions and innovative actions, but also broad and deep collaboration among stakeholders. And then, of course, we are familiar with the social equity economic gap that the countries that have a lot of contribution to the global warming historically are the ones that need to lead, and the countries that have very little are the ones that are impacted heavily. In the latest Lancet Planetary Health report by a group of renowned scientists in the Earth science and planetary boundaries and Earth system boundaries fields, put this up earlier last month, and about the corridor we need to be in Earth system boundaries. In the climate zone, there's a safe and just corridor. In the climate and temperature rise, they say that even though the Paris Agreement concept of 1.5 to 2 degree is a safe zone, this is not a just zone, and that the just zone is between 1 and 1.5. At the moment, we are at 1.3. So we are already in that zone. And the way that we've shown in the previous slide is that the way we're tracking, we are way beyond this. And so the idea is, how do we then achieve this ambition in this diminishing time window, when instead of reducing it, it's actually increasing the gaps, especially on emissions. And so this is why we are making the call that we need a more aggressive actions, and they need to be informed so that we're not wasting time and effort by science, information, data, and evidence. Because we can waste a lot of time and effort on things that may not matter in the big scheme. And therefore, we need to be able to target cost effectively, context sensitively, the right technology, the right action at the different types of context, different countries and different regions and different situations. So we need science-informed pathways and actions. We need more inter and transdisciplinary collaboration, and we need to be able to work together towards these safe and just zones. And that is the call. In the last 10 years, since the call for the Paris Agreement, we reviewed literature to show that we have moved from doing roadmaps based only on operational carbon to the whole life carbon, including embodied carbon in the supply chain. And this is very important, because when we ignore this, we are way off. We can show these net zero pathways, and they look realistic in operational carbon. But when you include embodied carbon, especially in countries that have increasing population, it becomes almost impossible to reach. And one of the first net zero whole life carbon roadmap is the one from the UK that is now being also updated and reviewed, and lessons learned. And there are several elements. Of course, we need to show how we're going to reduce them over time, and what are the measures, how we can track them, what are the intervention and actions that need to be done at different points in time to push the curve down. And of course, what's not explicit here, but implicit, but we know, is that these actions and schemes have to be undertaken by people, the actors and stakeholders in the ecosystem. And the ecosystem is not just the industry; it is everyone else that have anything to do. And these actions that they can do can be categorized at the high level, whether they're sticks or regulations or legislation, or carrots, incentives and market instruments, voluntary certifications, rating systems, and the like, or tambourines related to education and awareness, advocacy, and disclosure, voluntary disclosure programs, for example. Most things that can be done can be put in one of these three baskets by different people and stakeholders. So we can map the stakeholders according to projects, but also according to the whole sector. And depending on the country, you can put them in three types of categories and classes. The rule shapers and the rule players, those who make the rules and those who follow the rules. And then, of course, what we may call the rule shifters. These are like free agents that they have to follow the rules, but depending on their behavior, they can shift the equation, the dynamic, and the demand in some cases. And they can also be like the joker in the system, that they can have some influential impact that's not in the normal environment. So rule shapers, rule players, and rule shifters. Now, the government authorities and policymakers are very important in this because they're rule shapers, but they're potentially rule shifters because they of procurement power, for example, and the way they can set up governance frameworks. But rule shapers definitely because of legislation, and also they can initiate these market instruments. Of course, the market can also be rule shapers and rule shifters. But by classifying with this, we recognize that we need to be able to support, the global community of scientists and researchers need to be able to support, in particular, the rule shapers, because they have an outsized influence on the outcomes of the sector, and especially in greenhouse emissions. In the IEA Annex 89, we are focused on whole life approach to implement net zero whole life carbon. And so in this sector, in different countries, in context. And so the European solutions would be appropriate to countries and regions of Europe, the region of Europe, and those in Africa and Asia and Latin America. And Australia will have to have tailored solutions that are appropriate. So the high-level set of questions that we tackle in this Annex 89 and the guidelines that we will develop will address these questions. From leaving the planet in the safe and just operating zone, we need to work within the remaining global budget in the sector and establish what this should be in the sector, in the country of operation. And we need to be able to work with these actors and figure out their barriers and constraints, but also their opportunities to make a decision. And then support them by these enabling mechanisms of aids and tools, assessment methods, standards, and data sets, and to support the policy instruments and binding requirements, so that to enable them to make decisions to transition the sector to meet the budget. So this is the overall framework of Annex 89, and we're developing country guidelines to be able to help different countries to do this. And that's the kind of thing we need to be able to do among researchers, and not just the traditional building researchers. We also need to support the effort of every player and policymakers in particular by developing decarbonization scenarios modeling, pathways modeling, either top-down, but most importantly, bottom-up. And bottom-up is important because you need to be able to change a lot of these levers at the fine scale of granularity so that we can identify the ones that bend the curve most cost effectively in a certain country or region. And we can focus investments and efforts towards those because we don't have all the resources we need, nor all the time. And we need to be able to, for example, look at and play with the effects of many, many variables from not just social demographic dynamics, but the impact of changing climate, the impact of uncertainty in many, many things. And we should be able to turn them left, right, around to be able to look at the scenarios, future scenarios of these different options temporally, but also just spatially. And we can target, as I said, actions. And the only way to be able to do this is if you have the scientific expertise and data and knowledge to be able to run this safe to fail scenarios modeling that are context based. And you can find the most cost effective actions because we don't have time nor resources. So this is the call that we're making. and we're offering to the policymakers. And we have requested and support from other scientists and researchers, but also from other stakeholders in the ecosystem to sign this petition that you can find in this website. And also we have a further commentary in the journal Buildings and Cities. So whether you're a rule shaper, rule player, or rule shifter, we're on the same boat. And so we need to work more closely together, but not just to do anything, but to be able to identify and target the things that matter most to bring net zero whole life carbon building sector to reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Foliente. That was really enlightening. Thanks for joining us from Australia. Wishing you a productive day. You are starting an event there with the researchers, so I hope that you will get some good results that are hopeful for the rest of the world as well. So thank you. And now it's about the time to get into our panel discussion. I would kindly invite our panelists to the stage, Hanna, Alina and Will. And while the panelists are joining us, I would just like to remind our audience here on site that after this event there's going to be lunch served and there is an exhibition with lots of more information, so you might want to consider hanging around here at the Nordic Pavilion. And to our online audience, I think that you also deserve something nice and refreshing after this discussion, so make sure that you have something at your hand. But today, let's start with the warm-up question. We are here in Baku at the climate COP29. That has started with quite some drama already, but what are your first expectations and what first feelings what do you wish from the results of this climate COP? Brief reflections. Hanna, would you like to start?
Well, about the results, I'm not so sure at the moment. I think what we can hope for is honesty in everybody's understanding where we are and where the gap is. Maybe that is reflected in the demonstrations that, you know, maybe we're missing some of the honesty, but let's see. But maybe it's a hope that there will be clarity in addition to honesty. So the decisions bring clarity to decision makers, be they in private sector, public sector, on where the path is going and how we're financing it, for example.
Alina, how about you?
Thank you. Maybe from my side, I think for us at UN Habitat, the COP happens at a specific time. That's special for us because we were last week at the World Urban Forum in Cairo. So what I hope to see is also how we can take some of the discussions from Cairo to COP and how we can strengthen the presence of cities, of urban leaders in the discussions. Also in view of the upcoming revision of the NDCs, we published a report this year on the urban content in NDCs that showed that there are still around 3/4 of the NDCs that are lacking strong urban content. So I hope that also the discussions at COP can help to strengthen this urban content and the voice of cities in the discussion.
Will, how about you?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here as well. As I was telling you before, my flight landed at 3 in the morning, so it has been an early start with very little sleep. But your team have got me an incredibly strong coffee, and I feel much more awake for it now. So here goes. But I would really second Alina's point as well. My expectation for COP, my hope for COP is stronger NDCs. And stronger is urban content, stronger is ambitious, 1.5 aligned. Stronger is reflecting the outcomes of the global stocktake. And when we talk about doubling energy efficiency improvements, we're recognizing that 40% of that comes from buildings, as the IEA have reported. So I really hope NDCs can be a vehicle for sending a strong market signal to different regions and how we can catalyze change in the sector.
Yeah, all very relevant hopes. And let's next then focus on the building sector and how we can meet the so-called target conflict. Namely, we have the need of providing up to 2 billion new homes during this ongoing century. So that is a tremendous leap towards better and safer housing, for instance, or better schools or streets that connect these two to each other. And that's, of course, due to population growth. Interestingly, however, at the moment, the use of construction materials is growing faster than global population. For understandable reasons, many people in the developing countries are building their way out of poverty, and that's how it should be. But on the other hand, when we look at the emissions that are related to the production of these construction materials, these are also going up, whereas they should actually be having a totally different trend going downwards. So we have projections until 2060 that there is going to be a significant increase related to the use of construction materials. And that's why the International Panel on Climate Change has already said that we should actually use sufficiency measures, or in other words, in layman's terms, build less. Because otherwise we are going to lose the good emission savings that we have already achieved through energy efficiency. So we have to build more for the growing global population while cutting down the emissions from the construction sector up to 80 or 90%. So the first question to our dear panelists is that how do we solve this target conflict of providing 2 billion new homes while going down dramatically with the emissions from the construction sector? I know it's a big question, but knowing that also your excellent background and expertise, I would like to open the discussion. Hanna Weslin from the City of Helsinki, you are a climate director. What sort of views do you have to this dilemma?
Thanks. The dilemma is the same on a small scale, so on the city scale. In the city of Helsinki, we are roughly 680,000 people, but we are growing by 8,000 a year. In 2060, we'll be 900,000. And at the same time, we have our own net zero goals. Our take on this is to introduce the whole life carbon limit for residential buildings, starting with residential buildings and expanding from that. And we are 2.5 years ahead of the national whole life carbon limit. So we took this in 2023 in the summer, so in the early days of applying that. And of course, we will keep tightening the limit as the time goes on, but that's where the issue actually comes. Because if we tighten it too fast and too aggressively, what we face is an affordability issue. And so housing crisis, it's not the biggest in Finland, but already this would affect the prices for housing, since then the technologies with the lowest carbon footprint are the most expensive at the moment. So then it boils down to the price of carbon, which is not reflected in the material. So again, the negative externalities are not there. So that's our issue. We can only go so far with the limit when the price is not there.
Externalities mentioned. That's good. Alina, how does this look from your perspective?
Yeah, it's a big question, especially I think for many developing countries as well, because we know that most of the urbanization that will take place is actually taking place in Africa and Asia. And in these countries, around 75% of urban infrastructure is yet to be built until 2050. So this is, of course, a big challenge, but I think also an opportunity to rethink today how we want to build our cities. And for that, we can, of course, look at the building scale on the materials that are used, for example. But I think it's also important to look at the larger scale, the neighborhood scale, to see how we can promote compact, resource-efficient urban development across neighborhoods and cities. Because there is also data that shows that when we plan for more compact, resource-efficient, transit-oriented neighborhoods, we can also reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by around 1/4 compared to a business-as-usual scenario. So I think it's important when we think about the need for housing for buildings to not only consider the building scale, but also to think neighborhood scale and to see how we can actually make more resource-efficient decisions, how we can integrate nature also into our neighborhoods to reduce needs for cooling, for example. So yeah, that would be a first approach.
Ecosystem services mentioned. Excellent. Will, how does it look from the perspective of your organization?
Yeah, I think we recognise that we share this common target, this common goal, But I think as your slide, I think your first slide with the graph with the, I think it was growth of floor area, or really reflects is I think we have to really acknowledge that this looks very different in different regions. We're not all starting from the same place, and we're not going to take the same route to get there, nor should we. We touched on how developed countries, the built environment of 2030 is already here. 80% of those buildings that will be around already exist today. So this means decarbonising our existing building stock, and decarbonising heat is a really key priority amongst that. And the retrofit rates that we have currently in developed countries are far behind what we need. They need to double by 2030. And then, that was the audio then, but we're still here. But meanwhile, in developing countries, as Alina was saying, 75% of the buildings that will be there in 2050 have not been built yet, nor the infrastructure to support them. So we do need to support, in these areas, we do need the policy and the regulatory framework and the finance that can make efficient and near zero and resilient buildings affordable to everyone. But there are other challenges. The rapid urbanisation, it's not just population growth, it's also the urbanisation pressures in developing countries bring in, and they sort of interweave additional social challenges, affordability challenges, dignity challenges that all need to be tackled as a whole. It's really hard to separate buildings from the broader challenges that face a settlement. And recognising that 1 billion people today live in informality. That's 1 in 8. In cities like Nairobi, 70% of the population don't live in buildings. So we can't ignore that. We have to embrace that as we tackle the complexity of the target that you've just provided for us here. And I think a key part of that is how do we provide a space where countries can work together and support each other to complement the negotiations that are happening, a space where we can ask how do countries work together to support this common goal. And in the last year, we've seen some fantastic momentum in this space. At COP last year in Dubai, we had 29 countries launch the Buildings Breakthrough. This is a new platform where these countries can work together under the goal of making near zero and resilient buildings the new normal by 2030. And then in March, we saw the Declaration de Chaillot, with over 60 countries coming together to really signal strong alignment and commitment behind climate action on the building sector. And then later this week, at COP29, we will see the first ministerial meeting of the new Intergovernmental Council for Buildings and Climate. Again, another platform for really helping us unlock action by supporting collaboration between countries. So I think as these platforms develop, they have to remain guided by the science, but grounded in each country's regional context. And we can't lose sight of that as we try to move forwards in this space.
Yes, well, it's really important that you are mentioning these different platforms that have been, recently developed, and I see that as a sign of hope. But would you care to carry on reflecting that? What is the scientific need for the use of these platforms? That how do we bring more science into the policy making that happens on these platforms or behind these platforms? How do you see that part of the equation?
I think that there is. I actually think the science is clear, and I think we have the technical solutions to decarbonise and make resilient our built environment. It's how do we deploy them at scale? And I think perhaps more, for me, what I'm feeling at the moment is the challenge is less technical. It's more a communication challenge, right? Particularly if we want to influence policy making, we need to keep in mind that at the heart of policy making is people, as Hannah touched on earlier. And therefore, if you want to bring science into policy, you need to first make sure you bring people into science, right? In most of the sessions we will hear around the built environment today at COP and across these 2 weeks, you will hear that the sector is 21% of global emissions, 40% of energy-related emissions. And whilst that is all true, it reinforces a narrative that the sector is simply a big part of the problem. But what it misses is the opportunity to bring that message about what is the opportunity this is for people. What we should be hearing more about is how retrofitting buildings at scale is going to secure new jobs and lower energy bills for communities for a long time into the future. The role of electric construction sites in bringing down air pollution, how is that going to reduce the healthcare costs on a community? And how clean cooking methods in developing countries can reduce the health burden on societies. So I think, to me, how do we bring science into policy making starts with, well, how do we make sure our science is really grounding ourselves in people? How do we bring people into science first?
People into science first, yes, I like that. And I would guess that many of the social scientists probably watching us, watching this event, are feeling that now it's the time that we are inviting them into the discourse about the role of the built environment, because we truly need inter- and transdisciplinary research to solve these complex problems. Alina, you are working for UN Habitat. How do you see that in the policy-making circles in which you are involved and where you are collaborating with, how do we bring more science into those?
I think there are different approaches to this question. Maybe one first approach would be to really mainstream the scientific findings into our tools and guidelines that we develop for cities. At UN Habitat, we have developed and are developing different types of guiding documents for urban leaders, for cities, to help them in their urban planning processes, in their design of buildings. So I think one first step would be to really integrate the recent scientific findings into these guiding documents to make them also more digestible and action-oriented for cities. We have, for example, one platform that's called Our City Plans. It's a toolbox for urban leaders to support the planning process in cities. And it was actually created for smaller, medium-sized cities to guide them in the urban planning process. But we've also created guiding documents, for example, for integrating energy efficiency, resource efficiency into buildings. And we have developed one, for example, for tropical countries. So I think it's also important to see how we can target or make findings more specific to different regional contexts and climate contexts to also help the cities in these regions adapt to their specific challenges and contexts. So that's, I think, one first approach. And then, of course, from policy level, I think an important level would also be the national urban policies. We did one analysis that was published this year together with OECD on the current status of national urban policy. And that analysis showed that around 50% of the analyzed national urban policies, they integrate elements linked to energy efficiency and low carbon buildings. So, but that shows that there's still 50% of national urban policies that don't integrate these elements. So I think there's also important to influence these national urban policies through scientific findings to strengthen this content in the policies.
That's interesting, and let's get back to the guidelines that you referred to a bit later. Hanna, the city of Helsinki, as you mentioned, has put greenhouse gas limits to residential buildings. Can you reflect on that? Did you have the help of scientists, or would you have needed the help of scientists? And how do you see that? How can science bring some new energy or new ambition to such policy making?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we try to do, at least when we prepare and document and prepare plans for political decision makers actually to make these decisions. Of course, the plan was something prepared for by kind of city officials, and then when the rubber hits the road, it's when it becomes a political decision. On the city level, that's always the case, right? So maybe that always brings another level of challenge to it, because then it's about politics, which has this tendency of working in 4-year cycles, for example, and that might prevent some of the longer-term decisions to be made. And I think one of the questions there, I think, is that honestly, even if the officials like myself, kind of in an expert role, I'm able to follow the science to an extent that I can and apply it, I still have to be really patient in explaining to the decision makers that they understand what it is, and spend a lot of my time making sure that they have the arguments, they have the counter arguments for the decision making, even if they have the goodwill for a long term. These are really complex topics, as we just saw in the presentation that was before our discussion. And also, we need to be humble enough to understand that science is moving really fast, but people, the decision makers, have so much on their plates that they have 1,000 other things that they also think are priorities. They're priorities for the city, they're priorities for their own agenda, priorities for their party, priorities. And as things are moving very fast, they might feel like they are jumping into a moving train. They're not really familiar even with the previous concepts that the science world or experts are bringing to them. And now we're bringing them new stuff, whole life carbon, negative carbon concrete. What's happening? So we have to be patient and go over and explain how this ties to everything that they're doing. And that doesn't happen easily. We could send them an article. Your article is great, but that won't move the needle, I think. And I think also, just coming from a more of a social science, behavioral science perspective, honestly, we just cannot rely just on the science, but we have to think of, or on the climate science. For many of us in this room, it's motivation enough to act. But, Lasse said, there are other priorities, and if we can tie the decisions to other benefits, I think it was great when you mentioned, health or jobs. There are other agendas people have, and if we can tie them to those priorities, I think we can make our case stronger, more resilient to any political changes, and more likely for this to happen.
All right. Fair enough. Sometimes it's not about adding science, but maybe adding the understanding of science, or you could also say skills. So how would you describe that? Are there any sort of needs on the levels of skills of policymakers? And if I may just give a little bit of background, in the European Union there has been a recent initiative called the New European Bauhaus, which is a cultural initiative that tries to bring in the power of design and architecture into the decarbonization of the built environment. And there is also an academy being built around that concept. And if somebody is interested in that, you can get more information through the QR code. But getting back to the need of skills, and I have been also collaborating very much with policymakers in my former role at the Ministry of the Environment, and with many discussions with cities and municipalities. Do you see that there is something in the skill set or in the motivation set of the policymakers that should be addressed? Hanna, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I think for the society to be able to make good decisions on these topics, you need some sort of a basic level of knowledge across the board, not just in planning and in architecture and engineering, but just any decision maker. And there's the concept called climate competent society. It's actually a research effort and also a program by the University of Helsinki, which tries to build this, and they also offer a program for professionals who want to build their capabilities to be able to make these decisions in a more science-based manner looking forward, and both for private and public sector organizations. I think that kind of a whole society level is needed, for example. And the city of Helsinki is starting a bit earlier, so we have early childhood education where we have integrated a climate curriculum, and that goes all the way until secondary school, and it gets more advanced by the year. So that's kind of the building blocks. But to be able to build a low carbon city, that's also takes into account adapting to the changing climate. We definitely need more skills in our planning and engineering professionals.
Thank you, Hanna. Alina, you mentioned something very interesting about the guidance or the guidebooks that you are developing. So is that somehow linked to the recognized need of new skills? Would you care to elaborate a bit further?
Yes, the guidance that we developed is looking at integrating energy efficiency and resource efficiency into neighborhoods in tropical countries. And of course, it's supposed to support urban planners, urban designers in the process. And I think maybe I can give one example on how this could be relevant also to enhance the skills at the local level, because many of these cities actually struggle with the urban heat island effect, for example. So an important focus of this guideline is how to reduce the urban heat island effect in cities through different measures, through vegetation, but also ventilation corridors in between buildings, through shade and other measures. So that's an important focus. For example, that's very targeted also to that regional context. And I think also in that sense, it's important, maybe one element that we need to develop is to plan our buildings, our neighborhoods, not only for now, but also for the future, and to take into account the rising temperatures, for example. I think that's really important, so that we are already prepared actually for increasing temperatures in urban areas. And I think that's an important element to develop, maybe also to integrate for planners, for architects, that we need to plan not only for now, but also for the future. Yeah.
That's interesting. Will, as you work as the lead in the built environment, in the Climate Champions team, I'm sure that you are working a lot also with recognizing the need for new skills. How does it look from your perspective? What are the essential skills that we need if we want to, address the target conflict of building 2 billion new homes while cutting down 80% of construction emissions? How do we get there?
Yeah, the demand for new skills, whether it's whole life carbon assessments, whether it's deployment of new technologies, it just boggles the mind. But what I suppose, sitting in my role, I mean, I've been very lucky to sort of, I'm very privileged to sort of get a bit of a view across the value chain in the built environment. And actually, your question reminds me of a conversation I had with Nasra Nanda, who's a good friend and the CEO of the Kenyan Green Building Society. And what she said earlier this year has really stuck with me, and that she really feels what we're missing are translators. It's not a technical problem for her, it's a relational problem. People who can navigate the complexity of the climate science, the building engineering, but also communicate and understand policymakers, understand the drivers and what shapes policy and what shapes people underneath them. Hannah, I kind of think this is largely what you do as well, actually. It comes across today. But those people who can sit at the nexus of science and people and policy are becoming invaluable in actually getting implementation happening.
That's really interesting to get the implementation done. And I'm also actually inviting the audience here on site and online to give us feedback that what do you feel that are the essential new skills. And you can do that by scanning the QR code here on the screen or on the walls and letting us know that what sort of content would you like to have through the new European Bauhaus Academy. Because now we are just in the phase of developing the materials, so now it's a good time to influence. But let's move forward to our last questions. A question that is about hope. I think that we are facing rather dire facts when we listen to what's being presented here at COP and how it's being presented, and how there seems to be also quite a lot of tension between countries. So it doesn't make one hilarious necessarily. So this is a personal question to you. How do you find hope? Where do you find hope amidst of all this? Because I think that it's something that we should share with each other, that there is light ahead somewhere, but we just need to find our way there. So who would like to begin? Hanna, may I bother you?
Sure. Yeah, sometimes I do feel like, this is not the field to be really, to pick if you want to be happy all the time, because reading the news makes you kind of, in a grim mood. I would say, though, that, attending these like the COP events, when I see the breadth of people from across all different fields and geographies and roles already doing so much, I think even just seeing that is, us together here gives a lot of inspiration, and that's what I need. I think this cooperation is something that gives a lot of joy, and it does give hope.
Alina, where's your hope?
I think events like COP, they do create a lot of hope, especially when you hear different solutions from cities, for example, that are already being implemented, because we know that there are many solutions that are already existing. It's just that we need to actually implement them. There are also many cities that already are creating neighborhoods that are more close to the 50-minute city concept, for example, that are more resource efficient, more compact. So I think the solution space is there, but what we need to think about is how we actually support cities, for example, in implementing them. And I think Will mentioned the aspect of finance. So an important aspect is, of course, how we direct finance to these sustainable solutions in cities. And I hope if we can discuss more about that, then the solutions will be actually implemented in the long term.
And it's about the fair change. So there's a just transition also about. Will, how about you?
I'm glad you asked this. I'm glad you asked this question. It is a personal question, and it's something everyone in this room it faces and deals with. And I was in Frankfurt Airport in the middle of the night last night when I was have a look through the briefing that you'd sent over. And I think I welcome the chance to sort of step back and reflect on this a little bit. And for me, I sometimes find the rhetoric around climate change as a battle a little too binary. We hear about this is something we're going to win or lose, but the future isn't binary, and we absolutely have a future, and it is within our agency to shape it. And as I was thinking of that, I was reminded of a quote from a book I'd read earlier this year, and I managed to finally get hold of it and write it down. It was quite difficult on the Wi-Fi in Frankfurt, but it really captured for me what I feel is quite important about when we think about the future. The future that matters is not warmer or cooler, greener or greyer. It is a future that triggers action in the present insofar as its worth justifies and guides the making of a decision. And that's a little bit technical, but for me it reminds me that the narratives, the stories that we tell ourselves about the future shape the decisions we make today. And for me that is where my hope lies.
That's very beautiful said. And actually this is a perfect lead into inviting the on-site audience to use these postcards on your way out after the lunch, in which you can write messages for the future generations. So what sort of wishes or hopes or scenarios you imagine that there will be in the future. So use that Will's poetic introduction as food fuel for writing those visions.
I must say I didn't write it. I didn't.
You quoted it so beautifully.
I did have it written down. I did have it.
So now as we are getting close to the end of our presentation, I would just like to repeat what is the researchers' call to action for breakthrough decarbonization policies in the building sector. First, we are calling for legally binding limits to whole life carbon of buildings by year 2035, so within 1 decade. Secondly, we are calling for social equity and justice in establishing country-specific carbon limits and reduction pathways, so it has to be localized. And thirdly, we are calling for an all-encompassing science-based approach to policymaking, because we are at a critical juncture when it comes to climate emergency, and it's about our choice whether we act together, unite, or perish. And I would very much favor acting together for a better world. So if you want to support this, check the QR code on the screen or on the walls, sign the call to collaboration. And you are most welcome also to stay here on the Nordic Pavilion to enjoy lunch and enjoy our exhibition. Thank you very much to our online audience. Very big thanks to our excellent panelists, Hanna, Alina, Will. Let's give ourselves and the future of the planet a big hand.
Hi everybody and welcome back to Energy Day here at the Nordic Pavilion. Please put on a pair of headphones to follow us. Hi to everyone also following our live stream. My name is Aaron Taki. Have we got sound? We have got sound. Okay. Apologies, I'll start again. Hi everybody and welcome back to Energy Day at the Nordic Pavilion. My name is Aaron Taki and I have the privilege to be your moderator for this next event entitled Tracking Nordic Carbon Neutrality and the GST Paragraph 28, Energy Developments and the COP29 GST or Global Stocktake Decision in the Nordics and beyond. Over the course of the next hour, we will hear from energy and policy experts and political leadership on this important topic and explore net zero trajectories to carbon neutral societies and the potential role that Nordic solutions can play in reaching that goal. We will do this by exploring 3 recently published reports. Firstly, tracking Nordic clean energy progress, and then implementing the COP28 Global Stocktake Decision in the Nordics and beyond, solutions in line with 1.5-degree pathways. And finally, the United Nations Environment Programme's Emissions Gap Report. This event is hosted by Nordic Energy Research and the Nordic Working Group for Climate and Air, who are also the 2 organizations who commissioned these first 2 reports that I mentioned. But before we deep dive into these reports and our panel discussion, we have a special guest who I'd like to invite up on stage, Daniel Westlien. Welcome up. Thank you, Daniel. Great that you can be here. Daniel is the State Secretary to Climate and Environment Minister Romina Pourmokhtari at the Department for Climate and Enterprise in Sweden. Daniel has a background with a PhD in physics from the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm and work experience amongst many places at the Swedish energy company Vattenfall. Daniel, thank you for being with us here today. Sweden is also, I can add, the current chair of the Nordic Council of Ministers, so it's great to have you here with us. Daniel, welcome.
Thank you, Aaron, and good day, everyone. It's an honor to stand here before you today, representing Sweden as we hold the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers for 2024. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment where our choices and actions will shape the future for generations to come. Nordic cooperation is now more important than ever, not the least considering Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine. The Nordic region is the world's 12th largest economy. Together, we are big enough to be part of the G20. We can and we should continue to be at the forefront of a competitive and innovation-driven transition, both at home and abroad. A priority for our presidency is that the Nordic countries should continue to speak with a strong, clear voice to promote effective solutions in international environmental and climate negotiations. The Nordic Ministers for Climate and the Environment met 2 days ago to discuss how the Nordic countries can promote an ambitious outcome at COP29 and how we can support a higher global ambition in the NDCs to be presented before COP30. By working together, sharing experience, the Nordic countries, as well as our businesses, can help us reach our carbon neutrality goal while simultaneously bolstering the Nordic competitiveness and green jobs. Swedish and Nordic companies have solutions available. We need to generate more fossil-free energy to facilitate the large-scale electrification that we know is key to deliver the climate transition. In the Nordic region, work is underway on new onshore and offshore wind, solar and nuclear power. When the Nordic Ministers for Energy met in Stockholm this fall, they stressed that the Nordic countries need to continue their close cooperation on the electricity market, their cooperation on security of supply in the energy system, and on the role of hydrogen in the energy transition. During the Swedish presidency, ministers have also decided on new cooperation programs for 25 to 2030, for environment and climate, as well as for energy. We look forward to a continued and strong Nordic cooperation in all of these areas in the years to come. Finally, meeting here at the Nordic Pavilion, is a great opportunity for us to come together to discuss areas of common interest and to promote Nordic solutions. Now I look forward to listen to your presentations of the reports, each of them offering valuable insights and innovative solutions that can guide our efforts toward a sustainable future. I also look forward to hearing from our distinguished panel. Your perspectives are vital as we explore how we can collectively advance our climate goals. Let's make the most of this opportunity to share ideas, challenge assumptions, and inspire each other. Thank you so much for inviting me here today.
Thank you so much, Daniel Westlien. It's time to take a deep dive into our first reports, and I'd like to invite Kevin Johnson up onto stage. Welcome, Kevin. Kevin is the Chief Operations Officer at Nordic Energy Research, the joint Nordic institution for energy research and for research-based policy development. Kevin holds a master's degree in renewable energy from the University of Bergen and will be presenting the report Tracking Nordic Clean Energy Progress. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aaron. Do I click? So we're just waiting 1 minute. So as mentioned by Aaron, my name is Kevin Johnson. I work as the Chief Operating Officer at Nordic Energy Research. We are the Nordic institution for joint energy research and research-based policy development under the Nordic Council of Ministers. We promote joint competence building and knowledge sharing through funding of collaborative energy research and analysis, research mobility and networks, as well as by facilitating meeting places and intergovernmental energy cooperation that strengthen national initiatives. So today I will present a sneak peek into one of our reports, Tracking Nordic Clean Energy Progress, that will be published in 2025. And we are still waiting for the slides to show on the presentation. See? There we go. So this is the report we will be presenting. As mentioned, this will be launched in 2025. And I wanted to highlight that this is work that builds on years of earlier efforts. So to the left side, you can see two of the earliest reports we did, looking into the Nordic energy system together with the IEA, followed by two tracking reports in 2019 and 2020, and lastly, the Nordic Clean Energy Scenarios report we published in 2021. An energy system analysis of the Nordic region's energy system, showing how the Nordic countries can achieve the Nordic Vision 2030 to become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by realizing the green transition. And this is the report that we are tracking against now. So what we've done is that we've developed a system for tracking the progress in the different sectors. We are looking into three different perspectives. We are looking into the sector if there are measurable and timely progress. We look into the technical solutions, do they exist? And we also look into the mix of different initiatives that are in the sector. So today you will get to see an overview of the Nordic region and also a sneak peek into four of the specific sectors today. So the first sector is the Nordic greenhouse gas emissions overall. And as we can see on the slide, if you look only into the fossil fuels and industry sectors, the emissions here track quite closely to the emission trajectory in the Nordic Clean Energy Scenario report that will lead us to a carbon neutral energy scenario in 2050. However, if you look at the total greenhouse gas emissions, you can see that the national targets are lower than only the fossil emissions, and you can also see that the total greenhouse gas emissions are not tracking as well towards the actual greenhouse gas emissions we would like to see. I'll come back a bit more later to show you why this is. One sector where things are going quite well is the power sector. So the emissions from power heat has been decreasing in all the Nordic countries. We see that this is a Danish and Finnish story where Denmark has reduced their emissions in the energy sector by 75%, Finland by 30%, and Sweden as well has reduced their emission in the power and heat sector by 30%. The only country seeing a slight increase is Norway, and that is due to waste incineration. If we look to industry, we can see that the Nordic industries struggle with decarbonisation, as the greenhouse gas emissions from industry the last decade has remained almost unchanged. So we see that there are promising solutions that exist, but we have also seen a lot of delays and cancellations recently. So this is a sector where that's not on track currently. We have another sector that we call carbon accounting, and this is where we are going to look into one of the reasons why the total greenhouse gas emissions are not on track. So if we look into what we can add the different sectors here, you can see that the international transportation is moving ahead, increasing slightly, but this is not a part of the national accountments. You can see the blue line. The blue line is other greenhouse gas emissions, and they are decreasing as expected, but very slowly. But where we see the real large change is in the difference between the land use change and forestry emissions and the expected emissions that the report saw in this sector. And so this is the main explanation on why the total greenhouse gas emissions are not on track as envisioned in the Nordic Clean Energy Scenario project. A sector where things are going better is the transport sector. There is a high share of new sales of electric vehicles in the Nordics. In Norway, the share of electric vehicles have reached 30%, and combined with biofuels, this means that both Denmark, Finland, Norway and Sweden have already peaked the road transport emissions around 2010 and are on a emission reduction trajectory. So to conclude and summarize, what we see that there are two sectors on track. This is one sector more than we saw in 2020, so the transport sector has caught up. If we look into we see that also two sectors are lagging behind, so the carbon accounting and the industry and power to X sector. And we also see that there's the Nordic sector in overall is lagging. It's coming there, but more efforts are needed in the Nordic progress in general. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin Johnson. We're now going to cross over to a digital presentation, and I'll just check that we have Flintel Annika Eriksson on link. Can you hear us, Flintel Annika?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we
can you hear me?
You, but a bit quiet. Can you hear it okay? Yes? Great. Okay. So Flintel Annika Eriksson is from IVL, the Swedish Environmental Research Institute, and she is a senior environmental economist with over 14 years of experience in environmental, economic and socio-economic analysis. And she'll be here to present the report commissioned by the Nordic Working Group for Climate and Air, entitled Implementing the COP28 Global Stocktake Decision in the Nordics and Beyond, Solutions in Line with 1.5 Degree Pathways. Flintel Annika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aaron. So, in this report, it includes 13 different climate action solutions. So we have showcased these initiatives and evaluated the potential for being scaled and replicated on a global level. All of the cases are aligned with the paragraph 28 of the Global Stocktake Decision adopted at the previous COP. And the cases includes both technical and non-technical solutions, and they offer valuable insights on the diverse and innovative approaches to tackle climate change effectively. So in today's presentation, I have selected 3 out of these 13 cases, and these are carbon pricing, district heating, and green steel. So the first case, carbon pricing, it involves a combination of CO2 taxes and participation in the EU emission trading system. These instruments are designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by putting a price on carbon and thereby incentivizing businesses and individuals to reduce their carbon footprint. And the Nordic countries, they implemented these mechanisms early in the 1990s. And the strategies for success that we have found is that the Nordic countries have integrated carbon pricing with a broader environmental and economic context that promotes renewable energy, energy efficiency, and innovation in low carbon technologies. And the Nordic countries have also set high carbon prices, particularly through CO2 taxes, and it has been effective in providing strong incentives for change and driving down emissions. And an inclusive approach to stakeholder engagement in the Nordic countries has been crucial in building the broad-based support for carbon pricing. And the Nordic experience also shows the importance of designing these carbon pricing mechanisms that needs to be flexible and adopted over time, such as adjusting tax rates and emission caps to reflect changing economic conditions and technological advancements. And finally, the Nordic countries have supported the transition to low carbon technologies through investments and innovation and supportive infrastructure. And this has helped industries to adopt to carbon pricing and maintaining competitiveness in a low carbon economy. So the second case that I will present is district heating, and it's well equipped for rapid climate change mitigation, offering flexibility in energy sourcing. It has played a major role in decarbonizing the heating and the cooling sectors by shifting away from fossil fuels to renewable sources such as geothermal, biomass, and waste to energy. And the infrastructure requires substantial investments, particularly in the construction phase. However, it offers long-term benefits, such as lower operational costs and higher efficiency. And so it can be used for both heating and cooling purposes, offering an efficient year-round thermal solutions for both warmer climates as well. And the key elements to success includes the use of renewable energy, public and private sector collaboration, and supportive policies. And the third case I will present is green steel. So by replacing traditional steel making with direct reduced iron making, significant amounts of coal can be replaced by hydrogen. So industries around the world are depending on steel, and transitioning the green steel production is crucial in meeting climate targets worldwide. And the transferability to other regions largely depend on national policies and demand for green steel. So with a high enough carbon price, green steel can compete with traditional steel. And the business case strongly depends on the cost of carbon emissions, local prices of electricity, and hydrogen. So in the report, the key insights is structured around 3 key learnings and 3 identified enablers. So the key learnings is that it's possible to achieve climate objectives without compromising development objectives by implementing well-balanced policy mixes. And renewables is offering favorable investments and beneficial for building resilience despite growing geopolitical tensions. And nature-based solutions offer significant potential for rapid, deep, and sustained mitigation. And the key enablers is that policy mixes needs to be robust over time to support successful implementation, and stakeholder engagement is crucial for building broad support. And finally, fostering strong collaboration, particularly through public-private partnerships, is key to scaling and sustaining these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Flint or Annika, and of course. I'd then like to welcome to our stage our third and final presenter, Anna Olhoff. Thank you for being here. Anna Olhoff is the Chief Climate Advisor at the United Nations Environment Programme's Copenhagen Climate Centre, and since 2012 has led the work on the emissions gap report, which she'll be presenting here for us today. In doing so, she has guided the work of over 70 climate scientists from over 35 institutions in over 25 different countries. It's a real privilege to have you here, Anna, to present the report for us. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. And I'm going to try something new today. So I didn't bring any slides. I'll walk you through some of the key findings of this year's UNEP emissions gap report. This year is the 15th year that we're producing the emissions gap report. Every year we launch it just ahead of the COP discussions to hopefully help inform these discussions and negotiations. As Aaron already indicated, it takes a global village to produce a report, and I'm here thanking all the steering committee members and all the authors who have contributed to the report. This year, of course, what was really special when we started producing the report is that we're all awaiting the next nationally determined contributions, which, if sufficiently ambitious, could actually bridge the emissions gap between country pledges and where science tells us we need to be in terms of global emissions in 2030 and in 2035. So that has been a consistent focus throughout the report. What do we need from the next nationally determined contributions, and how can we bring that about? What are the opportunities? We still do the annual update, so we look into global greenhouse gas emissions, we look into how countries are progressing towards their 2030 targets and also towards their net zero emissions targets, and we look into updating the emissions gap, where we both covered 2030 and 35. And of course, we also look at what are the temperature implications of these trends and projections. And then in the second part of the report, we try to go into what does this imply. We know quite well, all of us, what the global milestones and targets are, but how can we translate those into the action needed and the ambition needed at the national level? And of course, that's a very challenging question, and a lot what all of the negotiations here are about. And we also then look into the solutions, where we update the sectoral emission reduction potentials and look into the finance and investment required for a 1.5 degree aligned pathway. But without telling you more about the background, let's run quickly through some of the main findings. So if we first start with global greenhouse gas emissions, unfortunately these increased from 2022 to 2023 by 1.3% to reach a new record high of 57.1 gigatons of CO2 equivalents. This increase of 1.3% was actually higher than the average annual increase in the decade preceding the COVID-19 pandemic. So although we do see changes in terms of shifts towards renewable energy, which has really grown and massively expanded, and also through electrification of critical sectors, it has not yet been fast enough to significantly displace fossil fuels, and fossil fuels still account for about 68% of global greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, over the past year, we see very limited progress on the country level of action and ambition. Only one country has strengthened its NDC since the last COP, and also we see that these targets, of course, for 2030 are far from being sufficient to get us on track to the Paris Agreement temperature goal. We can also see that there's still a gap between where countries are heading in terms of current policies and where they need to be to reach their NDC goal. So there's an implementation gap. And all in all, this means that the emissions gap remains high. It's just as high as it was last year. Basically, the current unconditional NDCs lower projected emissions in 2030 by 4% relative to 2019 levels, and the conditional NDCs, the most stringent end that are conditional upon finance or capacity or technical assistance, would lower projected emissions in 2030 by 10% relative to 2019 levels. What we need is 28 to 42% reductions in emissions by 2030 to get on track to reducing global warming to below 2 degrees and preferably 1.5 degrees. Of course, we don't know what the emissions gap in 2035 will be until we have all the new nationally determined contributions and can assess their effect on global emissions. But if we continue the current trends, of course, the emissions gap will grow until 2035. And this also has dire consequences for the temperature projections based on policies currently in place. If the level of effort associated with those is continued, we are looking at global warming of 3.1 degrees Celsius over the course of this century. Implementation of the unconditional and conditional NDCs will lower that projection to somewhere between 2.6 to 2.8 degrees Celsius. And it's only if we go to the most ambitious and optimistic case that we consider, where all the pledges that countries have currently put on the table, so the stringent end of the 2030 pledges, plus full implementation of all net zero emission pledges, that we get anywhere close to the Paris Agreement that's associated with a temperature projection of 1.9 degrees Celsius over the course of this century. So it also shows the critical importance of action right here and right now. Basically, we need to lower emissions levels in 2030 to below the levels associated with current NDCs to have a chance to still be able to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. We basically see a continuation of the current NDC scenarios, and the current policy scenarios makes it impossible, virtually impossible, to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. And also, and this is, I think, maybe not highlighted sufficiently right now because there's a lot of focus on 1.5, but 2 degrees below 2 degrees is also slipping away. So based on the unconditional NDC scenario, if we continue that level of effort, there's only like a 4% chance of keeping global warming to below 2 degrees. So action matters right here, right now, not just for 1.5, but for the entire range of the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement. I'm not going to go into much depth in terms of what we do to look at ambition at national level per se, but maybe end by highlighting some of the findings from this updated assessment of the global mitigation potentials by sector, which is the good news of the report this year, because actually the report shows a huge potential to reduce emissions across all sectors. And actually this potential is about twice the size of what would be needed to get on track to 2 degrees, and about 30% higher than what we would need to get on track to 1.5 degrees. So the potential is there. If we look at just options, there's just 3 key areas that we all know very well and that are already covered also by the previous presentations. So renewable energy, wind and solar in particular, and measures in forestry alone would be sufficient to get us on track to 2 degrees. So there is a large potential. There's large potential in energy efficiency across sectors as well. We need to supplement this, and why is this not happening? Well, we see a lot of persisting challenges, of lack of leadership as well, but we also see a lack of legislative measures, policy packages being put into place. As we just heard from Flint and Annika, a lot of the reasons for success stories is this combination of different measures that you need to put in place. And that's why we need to support also countries where emissions are still increasing and that have heavy development requirements and needs and must be met and prioritized. We need to support through capacity building, through technical support, but also through financial and support and investment. And let me end with that so I don't take up all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Thank you. We're soon going to launch into a panel discussion to explore these insights and these reports on a deeper level. But first, I'd like to invite Hannah Höjer up onto the stage. Welcome, Hannah. Great to have you here, Hannah. Hannah is a liberal arts student and is the current Finnish youth delegate to the UNFCCC and a climate activist. Hannah was also the Nordic Ashoka Young Changemaker of the Year for 2024 and has been a communications intern at Finnish Energy working on youth participation and is following the energy question here closely here at COP. Hannah, you're not here to present the reports, you're here to give us a reflection on these past 3 reports before we launch into our panel discussion. What do you make of it, Hannah? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Aaron. And the potential is there indeed. I am very happy to deliver some points of reflection. I feel immense hope following all of these reflections, all of these reports on the solutions we have, on the progress we have made, and on just seeing all the experts we have working to fight climate change. It's really inspiring and gives me a lot of hope. And hope is something we do need a lot in today's world. But it does also make me incredibly frustrated seeing that we have all of these solutions, but then still also hearing that we're still increasing our global greenhouse gas emissions, hearing that even in the Nordics we are still lagging behind all of these targets and that even 2 degrees Celsius is slipping away. So while there is a lot of hope in the solutions presented, it's also a lot of frustration on why I'm still here talking to the youth from Global South and hearing from my friends here in Yemen how half of their village died from a flood. So there is an obvious need for action, and there is an obvious need for all of us to keep working despite the progress seen today. So on this reflection, I would like to deliver shortly 3 key points of reflection on these reports that we just heard from. The first point would be the point on communication, because we heard that there is a lot of genuine progress, and I think this note of hopefulness that I got from hearing all of the presentations, the note of hopefulness I've gotten from working in the energy sector more widely, I think that's something we need to communicate better to the wider audience, especially the youth, because the youth we all know that the youth is an incredible power and incredible potential in driving forward the much needed action, but we cannot afford despair, which is unfortunately becoming prevalent in today's world. So we need to communicate this progress, we need to communicate the solutions we do have to people that are slipping away into despair, and we do need to all collaborate. Media, we know media, when it comes to the climate crisis, they're not usually the bringers of good news, so it might be that we need to collaborate to bring those messages across. A second point I would like to convey is the point on ambition. We all know that the Nordics are relatively very ambitious countries with their goals, and that is as it should be. And I'd like to make the argument that we should only increase the ambition going forward as well. We need to obtain real zero, not net zero, meaning that with the progress we made, we need to be inspired to make even further progress towards a real zero where we do not rely on carbon storage or capture, but rather cease to create emissions altogether. Moreover, these goals of real zero, hopefully, must be viewed as a starting point and not an end goal. So it must be a starting point. It's the bare minimum, really, for us in the North to get rid of all of our emissions. And that's only when we can actually step into the role that I think we really should be stepping into, which is being a global leader in taking forward the whole globe in this energy transition we must see today. We all know that the Nordics' actual emissions aren't going to be the decisive factor in climate change. It's actually our potential in bringing forward global and just transition. And the last point I would like to raise as a reflection from these reports that we heard would be a point on actually lowering the demand for energy in the Nordics. So we all heard this progress we made. We also heard of the obstacles, the hindrances that we face in this progress that we made. And I think if you look more deeply into a lot of these reports, they also highlight that while we have these solutions to lower the emissions of energy supply, the demand in the north is also increasing. And this is something we do need to face head on. Just in terms of climate justice as well, we cannot even if we would be able to sustain our current lifestyles with the solutions that were just presented, I really would like to make the argument that it's not just for us to do so, because we cannot expect the whole world to carry on with a similar kind of lifestyle as us in the North. So why would we be doing that either in this privileged position we are in, where we do have all the opportunities and potential to make better decisions for a better future. And all 3 of these points do link together to that idea of global collaboration and the global role the North must take. And I think what really is highlighted as a final point of reflection with all of this is how the science and the youth, the civil society, there's so much collaboration, there's so much agreement on what needs to happen. Having worked in the Finnish energy sector, for example, in the summer, I really noticed how much genuine ambition and aspiration and passion there was. Listening to all 3 of these presentations, I can hear the ambition and passion from there as well. There's so much driven aspirations. We do share that dream amongst the private sector, amongst the scientists, amongst the youth. And now I think what I'm looking forward to from this panel discussion and beyond is to figure out ways to maybe look to the politicians, the state secretary there in the back of the room, as to how we can translate all of this potential into concrete, actionable policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Hey, Hannah, please take a seat. We'll launch straight into our panel. I'd also like to welcome Anna Olhoff and Kevin Johnson back up on stage. Welcome, everybody. So if I could synthesize a bit of what we've heard in these three reports, we have solutions, but we're not on track to meeting our current goals. What can we do about this? I'll start with you, Kevin. What do you think? What can we do?
I think I also think, don't you hear me? Check, testing. Testing, yeah. So you mentioned that I think it's, in general, I think it's correct that the Nordic consumers needs to decrease their energy consumption. But I also think that there's a big potential for the Nordic countries having the resources that we have to also provide more clean energy to the world and to translate that to products that the rest of the world needs. So I think we need to focus both on reducing our emissions where we can, but also to provide clean products that the rest of the world can use as well.
Thank you, Kevin. Anne, would you like to have a go at the question as well?
Sure, and maybe coming at it for more... Is it worse? Oh, now it's working. From more of a global perspective, of course, what we need is for the large historic emitters and the large emitters overall, and focusing on the G20, which account for 77% of global emissions, for them to rapidly reduce emissions. Of course, the G20 is a very heterogeneous group of countries, where we both have countries that have peaked emissions and countries that are yet to peak emissions. So for those who have already peaked emissions, we need to find out how can we actually accelerate the path to net zero and maybe move the net zero date forward. And for those who have not yet peaked emissions, it's all about making ready for that rapid decarbonization and getting the peak year moved ahead as well, so that all countries can peak as soon as possible. And then we need to change this idea, because, I mean, a lot of the negotiations and the discussions here are still basically framed around this thing that mitigation is a burden, that it contradicts achieving development goals. And I really think we all need to help change the narrative here. But to do so, it has to be credible. So it must be backed up with the support that countries need to make these transitions. Because actually, we need to start selling the future as a dream rather than a nightmare. So we're all talking about a little bit doomsday, right? We're talking about how bad things are going, emissions are increasing and all of that. But really, the transition is a great opportunity to also right some of the wrongs of the past. And we talk a lot about just transition, where the focus is mainly on how to compensate groups that are adversely affected by a green transition. But look at the situation now. There's nothing just about the current situation. So, and fossil fuel development never helped very much with energy access and energy availability for poor countries, whereas you can have renewable sources that are much better accommodating reaching some of these goals. So I think we also have a help changing the narrative would come a long way, and also help people want to accelerate the transition.
Thank you, Anne. So a discourse shift. And I can add also that in our work on looking at the Nordic stocktake, how far we've progressed in the Nordic, we've also had a Nordic Visions report. We've tried to look at what is a carbon neutral society to create a positive vision of a future and kind of change this narrative. So 100% agree, Anne. Hannah, you spoke a little bit about ambition already in the Nordic region. Is there anything you'd like to add about how we can reach these goals?
Yeah, I think the word acceleration, what you mentioned, Anne, was really the key there. So we need to simultaneously be able to appreciate the progress we have made, appreciate that we have peaked in some areas, but we cannot afford to have that recognition be at all away from the progress that we need to recognize still has to happen. And on the contrary, these cannot be mutually exclusive, both recognizing the progress to create a sense of hope, to create a sense of inspiration, to recognize the potentials and solutions, but then to, if anything, get inspired by that and just keep driving forward as the North, but also just as humankind globally.
Thank you so much, Hannah. My next question is for you to start with, Anne, but if anyone would like to add, please do chime in. So in our work, I can speak most for the Nordic Council of Ministers report. We've talked a lot about the global stocktake and tracking this, and the global stocktake is of course here to feed into the next round of nationally determined contributions and to aid that process. We're now in that part of the process where we're looking at new NDCs. What would you concretely like to see in the coming round of NDCs for us to reach 1.5 degrees and keep well below 2 degrees? And would you like to get us started?
Sure, and that's actually something we look very much into in the latest emissions gap report. So what does a good NDC look like at the global level? And first of all, of course, for many countries, that's not so much the case for the Nordics. It's also about getting higher standards into the NDCs, so making sure that they actually are economy-wide, that they measure progress against a baseline or target, and so forth. Then we also look specifically into or highlighting how important it is, because both the Paris Agreement and the subsequent COP decision set the framework and also the requirements for countries as they develop their new NDCs. And it will be, I think, really important to have more transparency and a better explanations from countries in the next NDCs, and they're required to do so, how they represent the highest possible ambition, how they also contribute to equity and fairness. So having more clarity on that would be helpful. And then, of course, there are the outcomes directly from the global stocktake. How do each of the NDCs, how do they contribute to tripling global renewable energy capacity by 2030, to doubling energy efficiency rates by 2030, and not least, to a transition away from fossil fuels without an end date and without any sort of specifics. And if we look at the current NDCs globally, very few actually, a lot mention renewable sources, but very few mention transitioning away from fossil fuels or are specific about the rate at which they will be adopting some. We've seen a few of the new NDCs coming out, and what I noticed was that all three actually also have sectoral targets, which I also think is a very promising step ahead if other countries follow suit, because then it's much more easy also to go in and take discussions and bilaterals with countries on how they can support further action with sectoral emission reductions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Any quick reflections from Hannah or Kevin on this one?
I think a really brief point I would like to make now that we have discussed this, like attitudes, narratives, and communication as well, would be to add some, I think, like the mitigation targets are quite self-evident to all of us and probably are something we can all agree on. But also just a point on climate education and having that in the NDCs as well, and integrating it into, like, from the very beginning in all aspects of the society. This conversation, this narrative, this communications is having this climate education there is really foundational to them being able to drive forward these decisive mitigation and energy transition shifts that we need to see.
Thanks so much, Hannah. My next question is for you then, Kevin, to get us started at least. So bringing it back to the Nordic region, we've seen that we have a lot of good examples and potential solutions in the Nordic region. Do you have any reflections on what's worked particularly well or worked less well in the Nordic region as an example of what we need to do perhaps on a global stage?
There are, as mentioned, there are two sectors where we see a lot of progress in the Nordic countries. And one is the power sector, and I think one of the reasons that we've seen progress in the power sector is that we have had we had plentiful of resources, but we also have good power markets that are delivering on carbon reductions combined with the carbon prices that we have. So we have efficient tools to decrease emissions in the power sector and well-functioning markets that makes the transition easy for the companies to follow as well. We also seen a lot of progress in the transport sector, also helped by public policy, combinations of again, pricing, for instance, the Norwegian reduction on costs of electric vehicles, but also having some prices on toll roads and for instance for fossil fuel vehicles, so that you work with both incentives and also with disincentives to kind of accelerate the transition in the different sectors.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other reflections on the Nordic role? Hannah or Anna? No, we're happy with that one. Let's then jump on to our next question, which is for you, Anna. We often hear from a lot of youth organizations that we need to increase ambition, and this can also mean increasing our goals. We're on track in the Nordic region to reaching our goals, but from a youth perspective, how do you see us as progressing in our way of setting these goals? Are they sufficient to reach the global goals? And there's been also a lot of talk from youth organizations about historical responsibility. What does this mean in the Nordic region and beyond? Any thoughts or comments on that?
Yeah, the goals are not enough, period. But maybe some points of reflection. Again, I think we should be critical of goals. So first of all, kind of reiterating the point I said before about achieving actually real zero, not only net zero, so not having reliance on carbon capture storage. All of these tools, such as carbon capture and storage, these technical things, for example, can, like, if there's potential there, awesome, let's do it. But it should all be additional to also real, genuine mitigation efforts. And also, same applies to being critical. While I appreciate the reports beyond anything, still being critical of the numbers as well. And not only, it's not enough to be net zero on paper, we need to be genuinely net zero, which, for example, if we take the case of bioenergy, for example, just because policy tells us it's categorized as renewable, we should maybe be critical of, is it actually us being climate friendly in the north? If we keep increasing our demand, we keep using more and more biomass in energy production, and then we claim to be like fully renewable, for example. So that's something to be critical of, and especially reflecting on the point of historical responsibility. We really do, again, as I said, see these goals as a starting point. So it is kind of a bare minimum, really. So our action and our ambition shouldn't only be aligned. It's not a goal. It's 1.5 isn't something we should reach. It's a bare minimum of not getting there. And each fraction of a Celsius, every fraction of an action that we can take, every ambition that we can accelerate is genuinely, literally lives saved, nature saved, people's lives being bettered. So we really shouldn't be overly focused on the numbers and what we have on paper, but rather doing everything we can to carry out that responsibility and to foster a better world together.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Any other comments on this one? Yes, Anna first.
Yeah, maybe just, and I'm looking up here, climate neutral region by 2050. So we know on the global average, we need to have to reach CO2 net zero around 2050, and then all GHGs, all greenhouse gases, about 20 years later. So if we're aiming for the average in one of the most developed regions with the most fortunate context in terms of having capacity and resources to do something about it, maybe that's behind the curve a little bit. In this year's report, we look a little bit more into different perspectives. We look at cost-effective ranges, mitigation ranges, but we also look into fair share perspectives and what they imply in terms of different regions reducing their emissions and how quickly they should do so compared with the global averages needed. And it's clear that if we go to the high-income countries with high also per capita footprints and high historical responsibilities, we need to maybe decrease emissions more rapidly than many other regions. And we are already doing a lot, and I'm not, oblivious of how difficult it is to do it in practice. And in the Nordic region, I don't think anybody doesn't want to move faster, but it's also a practical issue of getting legislation through, getting all the permission through, and all of that. So just to say that from a fair share perspective, there's also, in addition to what you can do domestically, and all countries should reduce their emissions as much as they can domestically, fair share and equity perspective also implies providing support to others. So that's another way of accelerating decarbonisation in other countries as well, and contributing to a just transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Kevin, I saw you raised your hand.
Yeah, so I would also say that we need to move from talking about the targets to actually reaching the targets as well. So going from discussing what target we should have and actually discussing what policies do we need to reach the targets we already have is also really important, because we are still lagging behind in the Nordics as well. And I think proving to the world that we actually reach the targets we set would also be a good example for the world to follow, that we actually follow up and implement enough policies to reach the targets that we promise as well.
Thank you so much. I'm going to squeeze in one last question before we welcome up the State Secretary back on. Can you hear me? Okay, I think it's my earphones, I apologize. Before I invite our State Secretary back up on stage, I can't hear myself, sorry. And it's a bit of a spontaneous question. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Are there any secret weapons, any catalysts for change that we can use to concretely increase ambition? We talked a bit about change of discourse. We've talked about increased ambition. And of course, we've said that we have the technological solutions here that we need to put in place. And we've talked about education as well, Hannah. Are there any other policy tools, or how do we create a positive vision that we can catalyze to create concrete action on the ground? So it's a bit of a hard question, but it's a fun one to end on. So I wanted to try it anyway. So if you have any last insights, then please feel free to share with us.
Not to be biased, but the youth, you know. There's a lot of, like what I spent my summer working on with Finnish Energy was actually working with different Finnish energy companies on youth participation. So also like reaching the youth with the message of the companies, but then also seeing the potential in collaboration there, like concretely working together with the youth also for the betterment of the world overall, obviously when you talk about sustainability, but also for the betterment of the companies as well, and just really seeing that intergenerational dialogue and collaboration as a potential in every sense possible. So there's such an immense amount of potential, energy, drive, passion, also competence from the side of the youth. So it's just foolish for us to waste it, and especially in this state that we are currently in with all these catastrophes we're facing, it's also just unreasonable to waste that potential. And I feel like here at COP, while I really appreciate all the increasing opportunities and platforms youth have, for example, to take part in a discussion like this, which is incredible, and I really appreciate the invitation. At the same time, there's so much of that said energy from the youth that could be all leveraged to actually reach those much needed goals and ambitions. So much of it is wasted with us just fighting to even be heard in the first place. So I think that's a huge potential to leverage with all solutions we take forward, with communications, with education, with actual concrete innovation, concrete actions we must take. So just leveraging that intergenerational dialogue and collaboration.
Thank you so much, Hannah.
Yeah, I'd say that we need political leadership. So in the way that there will be conflicts of interest. There will be someone that loses on this transition, and that will be difficult for some. But we still need political leaders that say that this is important. We're going to do this anyway. We'll try to mitigate the negative effects, but it's going to be hard. It is something that we prioritize because it's important, not only for the Nordic countries, but for the global community. So I'd say political leadership.
And I very much agree with both of you, but I would probably say that we need youth, yes, but we need to more generally mobilize the general public and companies and demand is a change. I think unless we have that, driven, bottom-up driven demand for policy and for political leadership, it's going to be very hard to find it. How we do that, I don't know, but I think the youth, we need political leadership, and to get the political leadership, it seems we need to get a mass movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you to all of our panel. Please grab a seat. And I'd now like to invite back up on stage State Secretary Daniel Westlien. Daniel has now heard these three reports and the expert commentary analysis from our policy and energy experts and from youth perspectives as well. Daniel, the floor is yours. What do you make of these discussions and the reports?
Thank you. Is this on? Thank you so much. Very interesting to hear your discussion. First of all, let me remind everybody that the task here is not to reduce emissions, it's to eliminate emissions. You spoke about this several times, Hanna. Our job is to get rid of fossil emissions and to create as much negative emissions as we can. So we start taking carbon back from the atmosphere, but also to compensate for those emissions, mainly from agriculture, that we can't get rid of. I'm thinking of methane emissions and ammonia emissions that still will be there. I'm also sure that we will have plastics flushed up on the beaches many years from now that will have been produced from fossil feedstock that we cannot recycle, and we will have to get rid of that somehow. That would, unless we make CCS on those chimneys, give us emissions. So carbon capture and storage will be part of the solution for many years to come. And also, for the flying we do in many years from now, we will have high altitude effects that we need to compensate for. So there are a few things that we can't really get all the way to zero, and we have to have negative emissions for those. So with that said, see the Swedish target of 2045 and the corresponding targets you see on the wall here for the other Nordic countries. That is when we pass zero on our way south. So in 2045, we're not going to be thinking so much about the passing of zero when we pass net zero. Rather, we're going to be doing what we've been doing all the time, getting rid of the last fossil fuels, not much left in 45, and building out capacity for negative emissions while increasing the uptake in land use. So that's, I think that's a perspective you need to have, that we're not going to be finished by these dates. The work continues, and we still have a long way to do, especially since we know that parts of the world will not be ready by 2050. That's the average. There was something else I wanted to comment upon. Maybe that was the most important. Yeah, one more thing. It's urgent. We've talked a lot about how urgent this is. But let's remember that the job is to eliminate emissions. And to do that, you need to plan for how to get all the way to zero. Reducing emissions, that's easy. You just switch your coal plant for a natural gas plant or fossil gas plant, and you go down 50%. Voila. The problem is you can't go any further from that. So it's a dead end. So your plan that we make now in the 20s have to avoid the dead ends taking us all the way to zero in the 30s, 40s or 50s or whatever, however fast we can do that. I can tell you from a policy point of view that doing this in 20 years, it's demanding. Just to build these things will take us 15 years. Giving the licenses takes another 5 years. And in some cases, we even need to perfect the technology a bit. So my message is go for the policy, the technology we have, perfect it, but use the tools we already have, because we do have the tools to get there. So let's start using them, and let's start planning for eliminating emissions going all the way to zero. The Nordic countries are doing this. We see the urgency, but also see the opportunity. We've been talking all week now over in the Swedish Pavilion about the opportunities. That's what we try to focus on. I have this sign here, the Sweden, the climate matchmaker. We want to show the Nordic solutions and the Swedish solutions to the world, because we do have the solutions. So let's start doing this, and let's start planning for reaching all the way to zero. Thank you so much for being here and for this discussion.
Thank you, Daniel. And thank you to all of us for joining us here at this event, tracking Nordic carbon neutrality in the GST paragraph 28. We often see a lot of political deadlock at these negotiations, and there's been a call from our panel here for political leadership. So let's hope that we have a great outcome in the next week. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you to all of our panel. And thank you for joining us on the live stream. Bye for now.
Hello? Can you hear me? I think you need to put on your headphones. So we are getting ready to start, so if you could put on the headphones. So do you hear me loud and clear? Yes? And I think we're ready to go. So dear all distinguished panelists, all listeners in the room and online, welcome to this session hosted by Nordic Energy Research in the Nordic region at the Nordic Pavilion at COP29. My name is Kevin Johnson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Nordic Energy Research, and I will be your moderator today. We at Nordic Energy Research is the Nordic institution for joint energy research and research-based policy development under the Nordic Council of Ministers. We promote joint competence building and knowledge sharing through funding of collaborative energy research and analysis, researcher mobility and networks, as well as by facilitating meeting places and intergovernmental energy cooperation that strengthens national initiatives. Today, you will get an exclusive look at the latest energy insights and trends from top global energy analysts. This event will present critical analysis on demand, supply, and key implications for energy security, sustainability, and economic resilience, featuring highlights from the IEA's World Energy Outlook, DNV's Energy Transition Outlook, and Bloomberg New Energy Finance New Energy Outlook. First out is Mr. Thomas Spencer. Give him an applause. Thomas Spencer has 15 years of experience in the field of energy and climate change and policy, Europe and China. He has earlier been the director of the Energy and Climate Change Program at the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations in Paris. He has also been a member of the French delegation at COP that organized COP29 in 2015, which resulted in the agreement on climate change. And between 2017 and 2021, he was a fellow at the Energy and Research Institute in New Delhi, India. In 2021, he joined the International Energy Agency, where he has been working on a number of different publications, and we are very much looking forward to hear his presentations of the World Energy Outlook, the agency's flagship report. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and thanks for the invitation. So I will just give you a brief presentation of some of the key highlights of our World Energy Outlook, which was published in October this year. So one of our top-line messages, our key findings, was that we have a strange combination in the energy system today of still persistent energy security risks, but underlying market balances that are easing. So if we look at the case of oil and the spare capacity held by the largest producers and the underlying market balance between demand and supply, we see that we have a spare capacity of 5 million barrels per day. And this is without counting for the spare capacity held by Russia, Iran, or Libya. So that's an indicator of a well-supplied oil market and a spare capacity that can provide a buffer. Natural gas markets, the story is a little bit different. They're quite tight as of today, and we can see this in increasing prices in Europe in recent weeks. But if we look forward to the end of next year and 2026, we see a big wave of new LNG projects coming online, about 250 BCM of LNG projects, which is a 40% increase on today's export capacity. This means that by the end of the decade, the average utilization factor of LNG export terminals would drop from about 95% today to about 80% by 2030. So again, that's a bit of a buffer. But it's not just oil and gas. If we look at the clean energy side, we can see significant spare capacity in terms of the manufacturing for solar PV, for example. In the past 5 years, solar PV deployment increased by a factor of 4, but global manufacturing capacity has risen by a factor of 6. And this means that today, utilization rates for manufacturing capacities are quite low, at about 40%. We see a similar story in the case of batteries, where again we have underutilized manufacturing capacity at the global level, and our projection, this underutilized manufacturing capacity would remain all the way through to the end of the decade. And that's what underpins our finding that we are facing a new energy market context where there will be more intense competition for consumers and between energy sources and energy technologies, and the expectation that this could put downward pressure on prices. But there are a number of caveats that we need to highlight here. The first is the persistent risk of energy security, notably through geopolitical shocks. So if we look at, for example, the Strait of Hormuz, which today transits 20% of global oil trade, any disruption to that transit route would lead to major impacts on these oil and gas export routes and limit the effectiveness of the safety net that I previously highlighted. This a similar story for natural gas, because of the importance of LNG exports from the Middle East, in particular Qatar, which uses the Straits of Hormuz to get to international markets. In the case of solar PV and batteries, the situation is a little bit different, but we see a similar kind of caveat with quite high level of regional concentration in manufacturing capacity in China. And this elevated concentration does create a risk, whether it be from geopolitical tensions, extreme weather events, or an industrial accident in a major factory in one region. So our overall message here is that we are heading into a new market context where we have ample supply of energy sources and technologies, which may put downward pressure on prices, but there is no reason to be complacent about energy security. Let's take a little look at oil now. Since 2015, global oil demand has grown by 5.5 million barrels per day, and China accounted for 90% of that, driven by petrochemicals and transport. India was the second largest increase, followed by Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. Oil demand is, however, facing challenges due to the rapid rise of electric vehicles. China is expected to exceed 10 million EV sales this year out of a global total of 17 million. And in the last 2 months, we've seen the share of EV sales in China cross 50%. So let that sink in. September and October, 50% of cars sold in China were electric. By the end of the decade, we project that nearly every second car sold globally will be electric. And as a consequence, EVs cut about 6 million barrels per day of oil demand by 2030 and 13 million barrels per day by 2035. China no longer is the major driver of oil demand. In fact, its oil demand will stagnate, and the slow decline in advanced economies will be compensated by a faster decline in advanced economies. We also conducted some sensitivity analysis about what would happen if we have slower rates of electric vehicle penetration. So in this, in this scenario, EV sales by 2030 are about 10 percentage points lower than in our main case. You can see that oil demand is higher in 2030 by about 2 million barrels per day, but we still see the peak and decline of oil demand by 2030. But there's also a possibility that EV sales could go faster, notably in emerging market and developing economies, where EV sales grew by 100% on last year on a year-to-date basis. So let that sink in again. EV sales grew 100% in emerging market and developing economies outside of China on a year-to-date basis in 2024. And the sales share of EVs in emerging market and developing economies outside of China is now comparable to the sales share of EVs in the developed Asia countries. So that's Japan, Australia, Korea, and New Zealand, and so on. So we also see a possibility of a downside case for oil. Let me now turn to China for my second last slide. We also, obviously, to understand global energy markets, need to take into account what happens in China. China is already one of the most electrified economies in the world today. Its electrification rate in terms of electricity and final consumption is ahead of that in advanced economies, and significantly ahead of the level of the rest of the world. We project that by 2035, electricity will account for about 1/3 of China's total final energy consumption. This is because of the growth of EVs, the electrification of manufacturing, the use of electric technologies in heating, and so on. So China's electrification is really going to transform numerous energy markets, notably the market for oil, as highlighted previously. If we look closer at China's oil demand going forward, this is the projection out to 2035. And you can see the hashed area is the avoided oil demand from electric vehicles in China. So by 2035, electric vehicles in China cut about 5 million barrels per day of oil demand. If we look at China's coal sector now, so China is by far the largest consumer of coal in the world. It accounts for about 2/3 of global coal consumption. If we look at going forward, the outlook for coal demand in China, we expect coal demand in the electricity sector to turn a corner in the next few years, to peak and start to decline due to the extremely rapid growth of low emission sources of electricity, notably renewables, but also nuclear. And that will avoid an amount of coal demand by 2035 that is equivalent to today's coal demand in the rest of the world combined, without that renewables revolution in China. Last slide looks a little bit at one of the key themes that we highlighted in this year's World Energy Outlook, which is the rapid electrification of the energy system. So between 2010 and 2023, electricity grew about 2 times faster than total energy demand at the global level. Going forward to 2035, we expect it to grow about 6 times faster than total energy demand, as our economies become more electrified, as the digital sector increases in importance, but also as our energy system becomes more electrified. So if we look at what this means for annual electricity demand growth, we expect an acceleration of electricity demand growth across the world, notably again in advanced economies, but also in other emerging market and developing economies outside of China. If we look at the drivers for this, part of this is what we call conventional uses of electricity. So this is electricity in manufacturing, in residential sector, air conditioning in emerging market and developing economies will be a critical one. And part of this is due to the emergence of new end uses for electricity, including electric vehicles, heat pumps, but also data centers with the rise of AI. So with that, I'll stop, hand the microphone back, and I do apologize, but I need to leave, so I would have liked to stay here for the discussion, but I hope that gives you a good sense of our findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Give him a hand. So the next person up is Astrid Helene Rusås Christoffersen. Let's welcome her to the stage. Astrid is the Director of Research and Development at DNV, with a focus on decarbonization of digitalization in energy and maritime sectors. She has a PhD in physics from the University of Oslo, and before joining DNV, she worked in the Kongsberg Group and has held several different research and business roles in the energy and maritime sectors. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Okay, I will give a high-level summary of our annual Energy Transition Outlook, ETO. And this outlook, which I'm giving a high level, is freely available and can be downloaded if you just search for Energy Transition Outlook at DNV. This outlook presents results from our independent model of the world's energy system. It covers the period through to 2050 and forecasts the energy transition globally. The summary is our best estimate, how we see the development is going, and not the future that we want. I'm going to point out two high-level comments that I want you to remember. And the first one is 2024 is likely the year of peak energy emissions. And that is a good story. But this slow decline in post-peak emission keeps key climate goals out of reach. Solar PV installations are growing so rapidly that the need for coal power is reducing. EV uptake is so high that peak gasoline in China is behind us, and global peak oil is expecting within a couple of years. Slow scaling of decarbonization solutions in hard-to-electrify sectors like heavy industry, maritime, and aviation is an ongoing challenge. Moreover, we expect a strong increase in global aviation travel demand. Emissions in 2050 are still at 17 gigatons CO2, half the present level, but very far from net zero. The next headline I would like you to remember is slow developments in hard-to-electrify sectors, contracts with rapid cost reduction and growth of PV and batteries. Annual global solar installations increased 80% to 400 gigawatts last year. Solar plus storage is growing fast, enabling 24-hour delivery of solar power. EV sales increased 50% last year and are on track towards a 50% global passenger EV sales share in 2031. Cost of both PV and batteries continue to decline sharply, a trend expected to continue. There are slower developments in core decarbonization technologies needed for hard-to-electrify sectors. Carbon capture is gaining some momentum, but overall volumes remain modest, with only 2% of global emissions captured by CCS in 2040 and 6% in 2050. Within electricity, offshore wind and small modular nuclear reactors are running behind earlier promises. Overall, renewables grow 2.2 times from now to 2030, well behind the COP29 goal of tripling to 2030. Near-term energy efficiency improvements are also relatively slow. Global energy intensity improves 2% per year to 2030, only half of the 4% per year target from COP28. Number 3. Highly competitive Chinese clean technology is speeding up the transition, but rival national economic and security priorities are headwinds for the transition. China has pursued strategic industrial policies of new energy technologies for decades and now dominates the manufacture of almost all of those technologies. The Chinese domestic market provides a scale advantage. In 2023, China accounted for 58% of global solar installations and 63% of new EV purchases. China's export of low-cost clean technologies and overseas direct investments enables the transition abroad, with solar PV and batteries dominating export and wind turbines and electrolyzers growing. National, economic and energy security considerations are leading to tariffs and other protectionist policies for homegrown supply chains and manufacturing in North America and Europe. There is a heightened security focus and diversion of national budgets towards military spending and away from government support for the transition and development aid financing the transition in the global south. Diversifying from China too rapidly risks a sharp increase in supply chain and production costs, duplication of innovation effort, and a slower transition. Alternative supply chains will take root, with sectors like battery storage, which are of strategic security importance, being prioritized, following substantial government investments in research and innovation, sourcing, and production support. High borrowing costs, albeit slightly easing, continue to squeeze public budgets and prolong a cost of living crisis in many individual households. And extreme weather events are draining budgets and not yet cementing climate action. Rising biodiversity concerns, challenging renewable and grid developments, we need to align with the global biodiversity framework that is important. In some instances, energy security priorities are speeding up the transition, like the accelerated renewable build-out in Europe, while elsewhere, energy security favors continued expansion in fossil fuels. Last point. Market forces are necessary but insufficient. Energy policy needs urgent alignment with climate goals. Market forces alone cannot achieve the Paris Agreement, the goal of keeping temperature rise well below 2%. While markets are often effective in promoting renewable electricity and EV uptake, they will fall short in addressing costly and complex technology measures in other sectors. Market forces are distorted because externalities are not priced correctly, which inhibits fossil fuel substitution, carbon capture and removal, and energy efficiency investments. A cost on carbon is needed to achieve sufficiently rapid emission reductions. While the US follows an incentive-based approach to promote renewable and clean energy uptake, the lack of these incentives results in persistently high emissions. And China's carbon pricing is evolving in scope, but starts late and remains at a low level compared with Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Astrid. So our third speaker will be Jonas Roos. Jonas directs Bloomberg New Energy Finance Sustainability and Climate Research Group. His team analyzed the financing of the transition of the finance industry, as well as helping the latter assess transition risk and opportunities. Before this, Jonah led BNF's research on the transition of the European power sector and its impact on utility and investor strategies, and was an author of the BNF's New Energy Outlook for Europe. So we are looking forward to hear your presentation on this as well. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So let me find my slides here. This is not my deck. There we go. Okay. Is this going to work? Okay, perfect. There we go. So, hi everybody. So yes, I'm Jonas Rose, and our New Energy Outlook is a piece of work that we've been doing for well over a decade now, on an annual basis, looking at different scenarios. As we stand here now, we see that the window to reaching net zero by 2050 is rapidly closing, but we have a scenario that still gets us there if we are decisive now. If we don't do that, then even a 1.75 degrees global warming target we think is out of reach. That's not to say there's a lot of progress going on, and so we'll share some of that as well. Now, just in a nutshell, this is Bloomberg NEF in terms of coverage. So each of these bubbles represents an analyst, team of analysts that are tracking their technology, sector, trend, market in a lot of detail. And so we have 300 experts all around the world covering all of this stuff. And that means we take a very bottom-up view to what we're thinking about with the energy transition. So when it comes to our new energy outlook, our modeling covers 75 different technologies across 16 sectors. We also model 19 different countries and regions. And for 21 countries and subnational regions, we do a lot of very detailed power market modeling. My responsibility is the stuff on the right, the sustainability in blue. And it's mainly for the finance industry, which means it's pretty far away from the real world. So the level of depth that I have on these topics is also relatively disconnected from the real world these days. But going into our scenarios, so there are two scenarios that we produce. The first one is our economic transition scenario. This results in a 27% decarbonization from today. And this is, following from Astrid's point about market forces, this is the market forces scenario. Here we essentially leave all policy as it stands today and see, if we don't push the snowball anymore, where does it end up? How far down the hill does it go? And it goes some way down the hill, but not very far. It's about half the emissions reduction compared to no transition effort at all, right? And what we're seeing in terms of that decarbonization is predominantly power sector, over 2/3 just clean power, electrification of transport, and then energy efficiency as well. So really what this is the snowball only really works for power and transport, and nowhere else is it making any difference. The big assumption in a market forces scenario is competitive economic prevails everywhere around the world. And that's not the truth in many countries, right? Including many developed countries right now. So this isn't necessarily a worst case scenario, because there are still sort of market design barriers that have been removed in this scenario. This is a 2.6 degree scenario. If we move on to our net zero scenario, and I'll compare the two a little bit later. This is a normative scenario, obviously. We require a net zero outcome. We require one with no overshoot, no reliance on net negative emissions to bring the temperature down. And we also have a pretty good understanding, because of all of the markets we're tracking, all the technology and projects we're tracking, we have a pretty good understanding of what's in the pipeline today. And therefore, you really can't turn the tanker 90 degrees tomorrow. And so you see the glide path here is quite a smooth one, and it has to be, because there just isn't the capacity to accelerate faster than this. Those two constraints, net zero and no overshoot, a smooth, relatively smooth glide path from today means we can't get to 1.5 degrees. We can only get to 1.75 degrees with a 2/3 probability. So that's about, I think it's 1.68 with a 50-50 probability, which is what most 1.5 scenarios use. Again, here, a lot of decarbonization comes from electricity, from clean power, and from electrification, about 2/3. But I think it's, so about half of this is clean power, about a quarter is electrification, and then the remaining quarter is kind of everything else, and is the hard to abate in particular. And in terms of staging, it's important to understand, so this decade, the remainder of this decade, predominantly about the rapid deployment of and scaling of renewable energy and to some degree electrification. In the 2030s, a lot of the decarbonization takes place thanks to electrification, not just of transport, but also in industry and in buildings, which then account for 35% of the emissions reduction in that decade in the 2030s. At that point, hydrogen, bioenergy also start to rise in importance. Then in the 2040s, what we're really seeing is large deployment of the very hard to abate technologies, which might include hydrogen, further carbon capture and storage, bioenergy. And obviously, before you get to the point of large-scale deployment, you have to have the point of bringing the cost down and the development in the first place. So this always precedes the large-scale deployment. So all of those technologies we have to get started now. And you see, carbon capture and storage in particular takes a big chunk in our scenario, and I'll talk about that a little bit more as well. I mentioned bottom-up modeling that we do. I think that's really important. This is our art, not our chart, in a way. We actually have T-shirts with this on, without any labels and without any names, because it's quite pretty. I nearly won one in a pub quiz, but I came second, so I'm still waiting for my T-shirt. And but what we're really showing here is countries matter. The details are very different at a country level, and so you do have to understand each country. This is where the compromises take place. This is where the uncomfortable trade-offs become apparent. At a global scale, you can do some of everything, but when it gets down to individual countries, you have to really make decisions. You have to really understand what you're starting with, what the resources are, what the land use constraints are, the costs, implications, and so on. And so you get some very different outcomes. It all looks like it's lots of renewables, but you get some very different outcomes at different countries. A little bit on the fossil fuel side of the picture. So in our economic transition scenario, which is the full colored charts here, we have decline in both coal and in oil. Coal decline driven quite substantially, actually, and is driven by power sector decarbonization, which we know is already happening. So we consider that pretty much inevitable. There will be decline in coal use. Oil, driven by electrification of transport, right? And Thomas talked about it as well. On the gas side, however, we don't see much of a shift without additional policy, without a push to net zero. And so you can see the implications for those different commodities in our net zero scenario. What I think is surprising about this chart, and it comes back to the carbon capture and storage point that I made, is actually there's still a lot of fossil fuels even in our net zero scenario by 2050. What we've found running the models this year is just how much we rely on the final solution technologies, whether that's hydrogen, whether that's carbon capture and storage. And this year, we've been getting more and more pessimistic about the roles for the different applications for hydrogen. And so we just have to have lots of carbon capture and storage. And as you can see on this chart, we don't just have to have it, we have to start investing massively right now in order to get anywhere close to the outcomes that we want. So this is the Hail Mary high risk kind of thing here, is you have to pick something and you have to get going now, and whatever it is going to be expensive. Now, this chart, the top line here is the no regrets choices, right? These are the things that we have to scale that are going to, most of them are going to scale, we just have to do faster. EVs, wind, solar, batteries, heat pumps. The bottom line, these are the things that we are really not deploying right now, and we have to push much more if we want to get anywhere close to net zero. I got lots of numbers on this, but I'm going to just skip it in the interest of time and move on to the last slide, which is about investment. Adding all of this up, the economic transition scenario gets us to 181 trillion over between now and 2050, which are impossible to imagine numbers, of which the majority comes from the demand side, actually. And when we think about the demand side, an awful lot of investment on the demand side is really displacement, right? And you can see the difference here between the economic transition scenario, where we still have a lot of internal combustion engine vehicles. About a third of the investment there is internal combustion engine. And then in net zero, most of that is electric vehicles. So that cost looks like a big number, but in reality, it's money that's going to be spent anyway. People are going to buy cars. It just depends what kind of car they're going to buy. On the supply side, it's about 50% more in the net zero scenario. But many of these investments that we see on the supply side that are necessary in the net zero scenario are just not in the money, are not economic today. last piece, this whole scenario, the net zero scenario is only, we were surprised, it's only 19% more expensive than the economic transition scenario. And this surprised us quite a bit. Now, you throw in the fact that we're not looking at the cost of adaptation, or damage mitigation. We're not accounting for operational costs and fuel costs for fossil fuels. And you might start to think that actually, that net zero scenario looks relatively cheap. I'll leave it there. I'll leave you with a QR code in case you want to get the free summary report. It's there. Thank you very much.
Give him a hand as well. So thank you, Jonas. So what I think we'll do now is I think I will invite Dan to come up here and give some comments from the Nordic perspective. We are running slightly out of time, so I'm not sure we will take a full panel discussion. But so Dan, please give some comments on the Nordic section. So Dan is the head of Department of Growth and Climate that encompasses the Nordic cooperation in the fields of nature and climate, energy, economic affairs, finance, regional and digitalization policy.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and I'm very glad you said that, because as we work at the Nordic Council of Ministers, we are civil servants who prepare materials for political decision making, and after these great presentations, technical presentations, going on a very overall general policy overview, as the panel was initially decided would not make sense, but I have the great opportunity to thank our really good presentators for deep and good insights of how the energy market, what the energy market looks like. And as for Thomas, he's not here, but I will thank him anyway and say that it was extremely interesting to see how the reserves of the different energy forms develop. Also, of course, deeply worrisome, as we heard later in Astrid's presentation, when you referred to peak emissions and lowering emissions after the peak, not going rapidly enough, and of course some of the reserves enable that, and particularly, of course, the fossil reserves. It should and always come down to coming as close to the 1.5, of course, as possible. And I'm very glad that the two last presentations, Astrid and Jonas, you looked in at these scenarios, what would make it possible and what would not make it possible. I think it's, as you, Jonas, said, very commonly shared the idea that it is a huge resource mobilization that is needed, and this is always at the end going to come down to politics, which is why we all are here at this huge summit. And no market solution will solve that, but it is possible. And the geopolitical crisis we have seen over the last years have also shown that completely new levels of resources can be mobilized when unexpected things happen. We just need to do a little bit of planning, because there is nothing unexpected. This has been shared reality for a long time, what is going on in the climate, regarding the climate. And saying this, it's extremely worrisome that we, of course, had the biggest emission year ever last year, as the emissions gap report of the UNEP states. And one of the interesting thing here is that, well, it points out that it is still technically possible to get on a 1.5 degrees pathway, which is what should be aimed at, although under 2 is the legally binding agreement. But one of the things that we have been hearing about today and heard great presentations about is that one of the reasons that it is still technically possible to get on this pathway is the very much higher than expected production of wind and solar power. And saying this, for example, increased deployment of solar photovoltaic technologies and wind energy could deliver almost 27% of the total emission reduction potential from 2030 and up to 38% up to 35. And these are, of course, very important numbers, but to maybe highlight what I get out of this very interesting and very insightful and very, very technically thorough presentations we have heard is that it is all the rest that we should be focusing on very much, and of course put as much effort into the energy sector where a lot of good development has happened, but so much of what is going on regarding emissions is about the other sectors. This being said, we can of course never underestimate shift of turns also here, so we need to keep up the good work, and that has been also intensified, for example, in Europe very much with the need to get out of energy dependency on Russia, and we need to plan ahead and be prepared for future scenarios also regarding crisis, and this is why we at the Nordic Council of Ministers are starting to focus very much on resilience. That has always been in the Nordic countries something the national governments has focused on, but we jointly are now focusing very much on resilience, and we have published 14 new cooperation programs for different governmental sectors in the Nordics, and the energy sector, of course, one of them, and one of the sectors where resilience is the most important concept on how we approach this thing in this unsecure world where we only know that we have to make the decisions we know that are necessary. Thank you for attending our Nordic Council of Ministers hosted Nordic Pavilion, and I'll hand it over to Kevin if you have some last words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. So no, I just wanted to thank you all for taking part. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the listeners online. Yeah, so great to see you all.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome, everyone, and welcome to those of you online, joining us online. We're very pleased to have you here on our presentation on the scaling up of clean off-grid energy access, a case study from the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa, an event organized by NEFCO, and we're very grateful for also having the colleagues from the Nordic Council of Ministers to support us. So we'll have a hybrid presentation. We have I think it's generally okay online.
Test. Test. It was reached.
Is it okay now? There's no feedback. Okay. Right. Apologies for those online. Okay, so we move directly to the... no, it's gone off again. Is it better if I speak like this? It's better? Okay. Sorry, that was me. Okay, well, take 3. So welcome to our event on scaling up of clean off-grid energy access. Very pleased to have a hybrid presentation. So we have Erik here from CEDA, and we have our colleagues also joining us from Africa and from the Caribbean. So we'll come back to those colleagues in a while. Now, what I'd like to do first of all is to hand the word before I hand the word rather to Erik, I'd like to just to highlight a couple of important milestones that the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa has reached recently. So I'm very pleased to say that with the support that we've had from Sweden, from Denmark, from Norway and from Germany, we have eclipsed 2 million people served. So we've reached over 2 million, around 2.2 million beneficiaries in 5 African countries. So this is a very important milestone for us. We've to date contracted 29 companies, 29 investees working in those 5 countries. And they have been contracted to reach around 8.7 million rural Africans. So we're hopeful that this development will continue, and we'll keep you informed on progress as we proceed. So the journey so far really has been very interesting. We're now 5 years into our program. As I say, we've reached 2 million people. That's over 400,000 connections. And we've impacted a number of lives. So it's really a good opportunity to have a stock take of where we are at the moment. So, so with no further ado, I'll pass immediately to our first... Apologies. Pass to our first speaker, Erik Korsgren, who is the Director for Trade, Private Sector and Financial Instruments at CEDA. So, Erik, the floor is yours.
Closer, like this? Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, both those present here in Baku and those possibly online, I am proud to represent Sweden at this event to share insights about the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa. We look at the BGFA program as an innovative flagship program that we, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, are proud of to have been part of co-creating and are funding. BGFA is a shining example of a catalytic financing approach we have introduced to our toolbox of instruments to help increase energy access in Africa. From our perspective, one of the triggers to engage in a program like this was a commitment made by Sweden in 2015 to mobilize private sector capital, innovation and skills to increase access to modern energy services among millions of underserved populations in Africa. And that is what we are believing that BGFA is doing. As we today celebrate that BGFA has contributed to reaching and improving the lives of so far even more than 2 million people, I would also like to recognize that the predecessor fund and program, the pilot program implemented in Zambia under the name Beyond the Grid Fund for Zambia between 2017 and 2021, contributed to reaching another 1 million people. BDF Zambia was the pilot and the inspiration for the larger program BDFA Africa. As was done during the implementation of the pilot in Zambia, I'm looking forward to learning what 60 decibels have picked up from interviews with customers to the currently contracted energy service providers supported under the program. Last time it was done for the program in Zambia, it put color on and gave important insights to guide continued efforts to accelerate underserved people's access to modern renewable energy services. This type of work to gather evidence for learning that is commissioned by NEFCO under the BDFA is crucial for continuous adjustment and improvement of the program managed. For all stakeholders, NEFCO and the contracted energy service providers, and for us as donors, as well as for the recipient countries. It provides us with inspiration and evidence for considering complementary interventions that can support the growth of the sector, be it technical assistance for regulatory reform, subsidies for leaving no one behind, or sharing risks with debt providers. One important insight that we have is that despite the high reach out, including a high proportion of underserved, energy poor people, we cannot see the BGFA as the vehicle to achieve universal access. Reaching universal access and reaching the poorest of the poor will require targeted subsidies. I hope that the evidence and learning can be an inspiration for others to either join or take the learning in order to support efforts with similar objectives of supporting universal access. We welcome more donors, the private sector, national governments to join and apply the approach in more countries. Let me end by saying that the program's success is critically dependent on the support from Denmark, Germany, Norway, and the US, whose contributions have continued to be vital in the BGFA's development and achievements. This enriches dialogue with new perspectives and ideas and contributes to joint learning. Enough said now from me. Now I'm looking very much forward to hear more from the other panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. I think you've highlighted a number of very important issues there, and we are indeed very much committed to learning and dissemination. And I think that, as you say, we are not going to solve the problems of the energy access world, but we want to support and to guide using the real evidence that we're getting. As I mentioned before, we have around 30 companies, and we have a very diverse portfolio. We have companies working with solar home systems, with mini grids, productive use elements. We've also got some innovative battery rental model companies. So we can contribute a lot of learning, and I think that's a very important aspect to highlight. Just to also highlight that by supporting these companies, we really aim to de-risk their entry into rural areas. And what we're trying to do really on the basis of lessons learned really is to highlight the very real challenges that companies face. And I think it's fairly evident now in the current circumstances that we're facing headwinds. There are difficulties, and we'll hear more about those as we proceed this afternoon. And we also want to help these companies to scale. And I also acknowledge the reference that you made to the Beyond the Grid Fund for Zambia. I'm very pleased that we have a colleague here from REAP, who REAP were the technical advisor to that program as well. Okay, so I think just to move along now, our first speaker is Lilian, who is joining us from Wide Energy. It's lovely to see you, Lilian. Now, Lilian, you are the CEO of a locally owned and managed company in Zambia, female-owned, proudly Zambian company. What we'd like to really hear from you as a BGFA investee, really, is this question that's come up of late. The elephant in the room has always been affordability. And for the audience here, I'll just highlight that there was a recent report from the World Bank, from ESMAP, which indicated that around half of the population in Africa actually could not afford the monthly payments on even a tier 1 system. So this is a real challenge that's been highlighted by the Solar Trends report. But my question to you, Lilian, is based on your experience in Zambia, how is Wide Energy seeking to improve its commercial performance in these difficult times? So over to you, Lilian.
Thanks a lot, Ash. I have to admit that this is the first time in any of the panels I've been to that we've tackled the issue of affordability, and yet it's a huge challenge, and definitely elephant in the room. And usually these people are the ones living in the hardest communities to reach. They are the ones at risk of being left behind. And this is unfortunately the reality in Zambia, and so is a reality for Wide Energy, where even those that are able to afford the tier 1 product, they really struggle to pay a monthly fee of $8, even when they are financed, even that when they are pay-go financed. Because in most cases, these products are actually competing with the essential household basics, like food or medical bills. And today, as you know very well, in Zambia, it even harder because of the drought that has affected more than 60% of smallholder farmers. And mind you, 90% of our beneficiaries are farmers. So they get to a point where they have to choose between paying for the light of choosing for buying food. Obviously, they buy the food and they fall back to their unclean sources of energy that we're using, or simply nothing until the finances improve. Affordability definitely remains the huge challenge. And how do we make sure that we can get to those hardest to reach and the poorest? But most importantly, how does a company like Wide Energy that is dedicated to that very last mile distribution remains viable and sustainable? It is crucial. For Wide Energy, how do we improve our commercial performance? We've had, with the access to result-based financing with NEFCO, we've now introduced higher value products to higher income customers, and that has become a lifesaver, because now we are able to have access to a certain level of income and cash flow that we couldn't with the solar home system. But I also ought to mention that since we had access to the BGFA funding, in less than 10 months, we've reached out to more beneficiaries that we've reached in the previous years, 2022 or 2023. And that shows that it does have an impact on the beneficiaries, and in most cases, the poor, maybe not yet to the poorest. And that's another issue that we have to tackle when we are talking about big numbers. When you talk about Mission 300, that is an initiative for the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which aims to electrify the 300 million before 2030. How do we make sure that it's a success? How do we ensure that we have that willingness, all of us, to look at that 51% that cannot afford even a tier 1 product, and look at it with a human face and not just numbers, and then turn those big numbers into making the poorest our priority? I think, thank you, and that's my 2 cents on that.
Well, thank you very, very much, Lillian. I think actually I just reflected, given that we're here at a climate conference, and you mentioned the impact on people's livelihoods, on their incomes, and their inability, therefore, to pay because they're in rural areas. You know, it's also very sad to know that, of course, the drought in fact impacts Zambia's clean energy grid.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, I mean, how many hours of electricity are you getting now in Lusaka these days?
As privileged, we are getting 5 hours a day.
Yeah. This is
And this is from 3 hours a day. 3 hours a day, so 5 hours feels like a luxury.
Yeah. I'm really sorry. I think it's very hard for us to really appreciate how challenging that is. But we hope that things will improve. But there are challenges, of course, with the dam, and Kariba is not going to fill up overnight. So that's going to be an ongoing issue. I also wanted to highlight one other thing. And we've been doing some work with the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa in Uganda, which has been focused on skills and training and so forth. And I guess it's no exaggeration to say that the off-grid industry is suffering from a skills shortage. There are real challenges there. These are the skills required to sell, to install, to maintain off-grid systems. How has this affected your company, and what can be done, do you believe, in terms of enhancing skills and access to skills? And also, one of the things we've been trying to do in Uganda is to bring more women into the workforce, and that's actually been quite challenging, even to get people to train in Uganda. We have a target to reach 40% of the trainees to be women. But what's your experience in this regard?
Great. So yes, skills are another challenge in the industry. As you know, scalability in the business is highly depends on human capital. And these are the sales team in the field, these are the technical team, the trainers, the commission-based that have never had to do that in the past. And in that case, companies do incur a lot of high costs on operational costs, because we'll have to move our technician from point A to point B. We'll have to move our technical team from this point to the next point, and you can imagine how widely spread the country is. And we constantly recruit and train all those people. And sometimes we are training them on something that they've never really had to be trained on, something that they really don't understand very well. So it takes time. It takes a lot of finance on the skills that we incur, on the costs. So at Wide Energy, where we already have a gender recruitment strategy that is in place and in line with our mission to empower the women and the girls, we still have a lot that can be done. The partnership with off-grid solar companies, with universities and the technical team We recently hired a young girl as a technical, straight from school, who was technically skilled but did not understand much about renewable energy, about solar products, about whatever has to do with the work that we do. Amazingly, she came for a 3-month internship. She has stayed and she has become our main trainer in the company, which is something that we are proud of, and we hope to continue doing a lot of that. We can also support the women in the STEM education, but most of all, having access to funding that can allow us to develop those programs. And on top of that, I believe that we should be able to measure, we should be able to have the tools to measure those skills, to monitor the progress. Otherwise, it will be a work that is done in silos, but no data really to show for that. And I think Kat will have something to say about that. But really, basically, to overcome those challenges, I do believe that we have to have that innovation, that continuous innovation in the training and development. And to top it all, we have to have a long-term investment in our capital, in our human capital. That will allow us to change the narrative, to see a young lady climb the roof of a customer and the customer doesn't have to be in total shock, which has happened a couple of times when we're in the field. To change the narrative, to break that cultural biasness, and then to create the role models in those specific areas where we are. If we are able to create role models in the off-grid areas where we operate from, the change will come. We'll be able to have access to those 40% female that we are looking for.
That's wonderful. It's really good to hear that. And I think once again, Lillian, I think you're an inspiration to all those women and girls in Zambia. And I know things are very difficult right now on all fronts, and the challenges, the economic challenges, are quite significant, of course, in Zambia. So we continue to work with you. We continue to support you, and we always appreciate you. So thank you so much. And I think.
Thank you very much.
What we'll do now is actually, I think we'll cut to a nice video that we have of your operation. So we'll appreciate you now. Thank you, Lillian.
Thank you very much.
Mazina yanga ndine Ruth Nyirongo, ndinkala kuno kukasavasa mukabwe. Ndina bana 5 na bazukulu. Business yamene nchita ndine mulimi mung'ono. Tilima milisi, soyabinzi, sofa hapa nilina nkuku. Ninaziba wide energy mu 2019. Nina maklienti nimagulisa ku variety wa wide energy. Customers benangu wanaona ku variety vamene nilinavo vamazibwirira vikati tufuna
Our training program is designed to empower our sales agents with the skills, the knowledge that is essential for success as champions and advocates of clean and renewable energy in their communities.
Using makendru na parafini nchodula. So chamene ningalimbikiseko kubanzanga bamene bakali using makendru olwamene parafini tifire kuchinja umoyo manje ni wochinja tifire kuchinja tibweleko mviraiti va masola kulibe parafini kulibe makendru kulibe petro yashira ni petro ni zuwa ukatenga sola waika pazuwa mwene wake mulungu ayamboika mu parafini mu power bank ukafipa kuseni iwe ni kutinika chewa yacha chayaka uli mmalaiti.
We can clearly see how committed White Energy is to empowering Zambian women. We hope that White Energy is able to support more Zambian women to get access to clean energy, to learn more about it, and to enjoy the benefits it brings, including for health, environment, and income generation.
Okay, thank you. That was a wonderful video. Such Such a happy customer. Gosh, right. Okay, so I think what we'll do now is we'll move, we'll come back to you, Eric. You haven't been forgotten. We'll come back to you in a while. But I wanted to move really to Kat Harrison. Kat Harrison, you're the director of 60 Decibels, which is a data analytics company which has done some really pioneering work in this space. So lovely to see you. I think you're going to share with us some of the early findings. So this is hot off the press, and I know there'll be some caveats, but I think we wanted to really share with you some of the early findings from your work. So over to you, Kat, and welcome.
Yeah, great. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so the work is definitely in progress. It's not complete just yet, but really excited to share some of the early insights. As Ash said, we're doing what we do best, listening to end users across the globe about their experience with energy access, the impact it has, learning about who they are and what is and isn't working. For this study, as you know, Ash, we're speaking to customers who are accessing solar home systems and mini-grid connections in Liberia, Uganda, and Zambia. And so far, we're seeing that nearly half of people reached by the companies are living below the poverty line, and 4 in 5 didn't have access to this technology before. So that's a really great early indication that the portfolio are reaching previously unserved populations. Using our benchmarks, we see a higher than industry average rate of 3 in 5 users saying that energy access has significantly improved their quality of life. And 2/3 are now have reduced their spending on energy access because of that new product or service. We included a set of questions we've recently developed to try and understand the potential climate resilience impacts of energy access. And we're seeing that 1/3 of families feel that they would have an improved ability to cope with future climate-related weather shocks, thanks to that energy access. And so that might become increasingly important in understanding the climate resilience effects. We'll also have additional data on areas for improvement too, so lots of actionable insights coming soon.
That's great, Kat. Thank you so much for that. And I guess the report will be out after Christmas, so we'll be sure to communicate that to everyone. I also wanted to revert to you regarding the first-of-a-kind study that you've done with Acumen recently. I know you published that recently, and the work that you did on productive use. Now we have 4 productive use of energy companies in our portfolio. I don't know if you wanted to maybe perhaps give an overview of some of the key findings that you found from that work that you did.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we just spent the last 12 months diving into the economic impact of access to energy if used productively, so for income-generating activities. The study also included agribusinesses as well as productive use of energy. But there were 4 main findings. Positively, we saw that PUE companies have meaningful economic impact on their customers' livelihoods. So all 3 of the companies we studied improved the specific drivers of income that they aim to shift. So that was either reducing costs, improving prices, or increasing yields. So one key point was the need to focus on the driver where the company has the opportunity to make a difference. Secondly, importantly, of course, all the companies are operating within an economic context beyond their control, and macroeconomic factors had positive and negative impacts on customer incomes during the study. Still, overall, though, customers reported improved financial well-being because of that access. So that's really important when thinking about kind of what might have happened otherwise had they not had access. Third, successful companies have the most impact on customers with the lowest starting points. So customers with the lowest revenue, which tracks the lowest income at baseline, saw the greatest gains in impact at end line. And this one feels important in some ways, as the results suggest that the actors have an opportunity to potentially contribute to outsized impact for lower income stakeholders. And then lastly, better customer experience drives better financial gains, not surprisingly. So customers who didn't experience any challenges using their product or service were more likely to see their incomes increase. So the lower the user challenge rate, the better the customer experience, the increased likelihood of positive economic impact through income increase or spending decrease. So the key premise here really is around quality of product, service, and support. If a customer can't use their product or service to full effect, we can't expect them to realize the full benefits of it. So particularly linking to results-based financing, this can be a really important result to look out for.
Okay, thank you very much. Some incredible insights there. I think that the quality of the service is very important. It's something that we've focused very much on in the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa. We've set high standards, in consumer standards for the products that are sold, and we follow up on those to ensure that the products work well and they achieve the sort of impacts that Kat's just outlined. Okay, so thank you, and do stay online, you, Kat and Lilian. I'm sure you're in the background somewhere. But maybe if I turn to Eric, first of all, if you have any comments or observations from what you've seen, maybe we can then go into questions.
Just want to say thanks to both Lilian and Kat. And Lilian, your discussion about how to reach the poorest of the poor, indeed something that I listen carefully to, and Kat, the encouraging early results. We look forward very much to see the full report for learning and for adjustment and to be proud of.
Okay, thank you. In your opening remarks, you spoke about leaving no one behind, and you touched on the issue of targeted subsidies, end-user subsidies, particularly in reaching and stimulating the development where poverty is high. And you hinted that purely market-based solutions are not going to be enough. And we've sort of heard this from the Solar Trends study, which highlights the big gulf in affordability. I'm just wondering what is Sweden's approach generally in terms of trying to reach the underserved communities, not only in the BGFA but in some of the other programs that you support?
Yeah, as I spoke about, we see the BGFA as a market development program, market acceleration program, and it is partly subsidized because of that, to accelerate the market. Let me say a few words about complementary support for that part of the intervention first, because we want to work in a programmatic approach. So to complement the BGFA, we work with technical assistance to not least the companies that can be involved in the BGFA. I can mention that we have the Get Invest program, which can provide advice and support to partaking companies. So that kind of technical assistance is extremely important. Also, let me mention that we have the guarantee program, and many of the companies that also are in the BGFA program have benefit from guarantees. We issue guarantees to funds, debt providers, who in their turn can lend to companies, and we do that quite heavily in sub-Saharan Africa with guarantees for such funds. So that's how we complement the market part of it. But that wasn't what you asked about. You asked me about something that I think Lilian already dwelled upon and perhaps gave a much better answer than I can do. But in short, we see the BGFA part of the solution, but it's not the silver bullet for universal access and coverage, and therefore, but we see it as a foundation to build on, to complement with subsidies to the poorest of the poor, and then I think it's important to think targeted subsidies, not to distort the market, that will be done. I think it has to be done in faraway areas and areas with high density of vulnerable and poor people. So that is what we want to be part of. We do it partly in some of the countries where BFA BDFA Africa is present through social protection programs. So I see that as something that complements what we are doing. And let me just say about this. I want to say that this is urgent. Of course, urgent because of the poverty reduction imperative that we all have. That we must, as soon as possible, make sure that we leave no one behind. But also not in order not to undermine the market development programs that we are working on. We have to work on both fronts and reach both the short-term and the long-term results.
Great, thank you. Very well said. I think that we have to be very careful about distorting markets. We want companies, businesses to be financially sustainable. And the theory of change behind the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa was initially that you could wean these companies off subsidies over the period of time. Now, I think we may need to revisit that theory of change because this is taking longer to reach that stage. Of course, we don't have the benefit of hindsight just yet, but certainly I see that there are some challenges. We know that the financing is very difficult for companies. You mentioned guarantees. We don't see enough uptake, for example, from the commercial banking sector in many of the countries that we work with. I'd like to also highlight very briefly also the need for complementarity in the instruments that are being provided by organizations like CEDA, but more of a comment on public financing in general. Our experience, or at least my opinion, is that we should, as fund managers, program managers, we should always try to really focus our instruments and not try and do too much. So the BGFA is very focused on scaling. We want that hockey stick. We want those companies that are at the verge of scaling. We don't work, therefore, with early stage companies. And we know that there are programs like the AECF. We have colleagues here from NDF. They're supporting a program which is very active with early stage companies called the EEP. We don't want to duplicate that. We don't want to do too much. Already we're supporting companies with technical assistance and with institutional support for the governments as well. So thank you for those points.
I agree on that. Programmatic, but not mission drift.
Yeah, and thankfully we've got the donors keeping a very close eye on what we do. So we appreciate that as well. Okay, so I think I don't have any more questions. In fact, I've dropped them anyway. But what I was going to do really is open the floor to any questions. We have a lady straight away. We've got one question there, and also we may have the possibility you can also direct your question to our ladies online. I'm sure they'll be very keen to hear from you as well. If you could introduce yourself, please, as well.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I came late. My name is Dolphin. I work for the Ministry of Education in Kenya. I'm sorry I came late, so I couldn't get the full presentation. My question was particularly, is CEDA working only with the companies? Because you mentioned a lot about grants for companies and all that. Because currently we are working on an energy project for schools across Kenya. And we would, of course, are open to exploring diverse forms of support, not only technical support that you mentioned. So are you only limited to companies, which is a good thing, or do you have more room to explore engagement with government on government-focused projects? Because our projects are focused for schools across the country. Thank you.
I take that one. Government cooperation with governments, respecting government ownership, that is the bread and butter approach of CEDA. That is what we mainly do. On top of that, more and more, we have got the insight that we need to work with the private sector, both to tap on their ingenuity, but also to close the financing gap. But anyway, in Kenya, we have a country program, we have a team at the embassy, so you're welcome to contact them.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Do you have a follow-up? No. You'll take that bilaterally. Okay, we have a question at the back, please.
Thank you. My name is Saija. I'm from the Ministry of the Environment of Finland. You mentioned, Lilian, that you have a gender recruitment strategy, and Ash also referred to women employment being a part of this project. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that, because I know that in my country it's quite difficult to we talk about just transition in climate action, and then most of the just transition so far is focused on technology. So it's about moving from the traditional energy sector to the renewables and so on. And the jobs tend to be very technical, and they tend to be hard to reach for rich women also in education. So I'd just like to know how deep you go into this. Thank you.
Maybe if you want to take that, Lilian, I can supplement.
Thank you, and thank you for the lady who asked the question. So with Wide Energy, to start with, this is really our mission. Our mission is to empower women, to ensure that they are the ones that are driving the renewable energy, the change in their communities. So we focus on those women in the communities to ensure that they understand why they are doing this and how they should do it, and then raise the neighbors, the families in their communities, and we are able to see the change. So in that sense, our recruitment, we want to have 60% female and 40% male, which we've managed to get to since inception, 2018. And in terms of our gender recruitment strategy, is that we actually go for the cultural biasness. Nobody would come up to become a salesperson that will move from household to household as a female, simply because they don't approve of that in the villages. But we want to change that mindset, and we go through training. The recruitment goes through a thorough training that emphasizes on how that can change their income, their family, their household, and improve their well-being. So that's basically where we start. We really start from the grassroots and then come up. Not sure if that answers, but really it's along our mission and of empowering women and girls in our communities.
Thank you so much. I think you answered it very well. Yeah, I think that I'm being told that we are running out of time. Oh, is that a question? Oh, please, sorry.
If you are running out of time, then I want... Is it a sign that we are running out now?
Please continue.
Okay, so my name is Jeanette. I'm from Hungary, a young energy and climate policy officer, and mainly focusing on gender and just transition issues. And my question is, how do you see the appetite from the young women engaging in this new renewable energy field? Because what I see is that even though at the higher political level, just transition is already incorporating the women and gender aspect, however, on the ground, when we are talking with youngsters, for instance, myself, there is no appetite, maybe just in Europe, for dealing with this issue as a youngster, as a young woman especially. So what's your takeaway from the on-the-ground experiences? Thank you.
Again, maybe to you, Lilian, if you want to elaborate on that. I mean,
quickly,
yeah.
Quickly, I would say that it is the same thing here. When we move away from the typical traditional setup where people do not really understand much about why women should work at all. If you come to the urban section, I would say that in 2018, I was the only woman that was leading a solar company in Peko in Zambia. And most of it, I was looked up as somebody accompanying the owner of the company who is supposed to be a man, supposedly. But we've seen changes. We've seen appetite in the younger generation that are coming up into the women in energy networks. And I think and I feel like there is a change as I said, it starts from having a role model. It starts seeing yourself as somebody that looks like you, that does the same work. So I think it's coming up slowly but surely.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hope that answers your question. Okay, well, I'm conscious of time, and I'd like to thank you all. Thank you, Eric, for your introductory comments and your support. Thank you, Kat, for your insights. We love all the data work that you do. You make it so accessible, and you present it so well. So thank you for that. And Lillian, again, I use the word inspirational every time because I think you are really inspirational in what you're doing and what you're trying to achieve. So thank you once again for your support, and thanks to all of you for joining us. If you have any more questions, we're happy to take them offline. And thanks to everyone online as well. Thank you. Bye.